lucky all the same. Sweet taste of empires crumbling in the gloom. Napkin men with metal hearts around us, drawing nearer, bodies fill the room. Our talking heads parade their faces every day, showing us the way to think and feel, helping us to understand the rich
to another Gaming Friday. What a miracle, starting on time. Happy Friday, everyone, or Saturday if it's already Saturday for you. But yeah, thank you so much for joining. And I have meant to play Minecraft on a Gaming Friday soon. Mainly after the update 1.18 was released, because I wanted to explore the new terrain. However, earlier this week, I decided, hey, why don't I try to play on this old world that I have had for a very long time? Why don't I try that again? The world that I am talking about is actually the first and most iconic, I should say, world of a very old Minecraft server that I still, to this day, even though I have played many servers before, during, and after that server, I still dare say that there still has yet to be a server that can best that server. I have never found a better server than that one, and the server that I'm talking about was a server called Shadowhold. That server existed from 2009 to 2015, and very late 2009, I should say, to somewhere in the mid 2015, I believe. I don't remember exactly when the server shut down for good, but it was in 2015. And ever since that server, I could never get myself to play Minecraft multiplayer again, because I could never find a good server. Not even something that was on par or close to the level of quality that Shadowhold had. And I know many people would obviously disagree with me and say, oh, hey Mike, you say that because you have not tried this server here that I play on and blah blah blah. But yeah, in my experience, I have never found a better server than that, unfortunately. Or for good, I don't know. Either way, point is, I really miss that server. Hey Pixie, happy Friday, welcome to the stream. Eat third. Thank you for joining. Where was I? So yeah, it was such a good server to me that I could never get myself to play another server, multiplayer on another server again. And it's not like I have not tried, I have. Even quite a few servers that friends or people I know recommended, say, hey Mike, the server is awesome, you gotta try it. You are going to love it, it's just like Shadowhold. And then I tried it, I was like, Shadowhold was better. And then I went back to single player. But yeah, for this reason, I have been playing single player for the very most part ever since that server shut down. The thing is, that server, because it existed for, let's say, I suppose I can say for quite some time. Like I said, from late 2009 to mid 2015. That's quite a little bit of time. 5 years, more or less, give or take. But anyway, during the time that server has existed, it had a few different maps, because, you know, Minecraft changed the terrain generation a few times and added new structures and all that sort of stuff. So occasionally there have been a few map resets, but I don't think I have all of the main worlds of that server. At some point, actually, I was such a good player in that server that, I kid you not, I was invited to become admin in the server. And I have been admin on that server until up to the point where it closed, where it shut down for good. So, oh man, I have so many good memories from that server. What I'm trying to say is, I have got to keep. I don't think I have got to keep all the worlds, all of the main worlds this server had. But I'm fairly certain that I have most of the main worlds. In particular, the very first world the server had, the most iconic for the people who play on that server, since the beginning. And what is interesting is, because I'm gonna get into the game in a moment, but first I want to give you this little, not introduction, but a little bit of context. when the server first shut down, it shut down twice. When it first shut down, it was shortly before the version beta 1.8 of Minecraft was released, and the server shut down at this first time because the owner of the server had no longer had the time to dedicate to the server. So instead of just letting the server run unattended and fall behind on updates, he decided to shut it down, but he kept a private smaller version of Shadowhold running only for a few select players he invited personally, and I was one of those players who got invited for the private Shadowhold version, and I was very happy. And I don't remember if he made the original map, the original public map available for everyone or just a few select people as well, but the point is, I got to keep a copy of the original map as it was on the last time that it was backed up before the server shut down. So yeah, I have kept that file for many years and I still have it. It still is set to version beta 1.7.3 of Minecraft. It is still untouched, basically like it was wrapped in a package back in the day. I got to keep it, and it has sat in a shelf untouched all these years. And not to say obviously that I have not tried to upgrade that map to a current version of Minecraft a few times along the years, because I have tried to do that, but to some variation of degrees of success. Well, let's just say that I didn't really succeed at doing a proper upgrade / conversion to a modern version of Minecraft. Until earlier this week, when I decided to try again. And good news, this time, it freaking worked! I have finally managed to convert that old beta 1.7.3 of Minecraft, the old version of, oh my god, I'm so excited that I'm stumbling upon my words. I apologize. What I'm trying to say is, for the first time I have managed to make that old ancient, by today's standards, ancient world of Minecraft. I've managed to make it work on a modern version of Minecraft. In this case, not beta, sorry. Version 1.18.1 of Minecraft. And everything seems to be fine in the map, so I suppose it's safe to say I did succeed. The first couple attempts earlier this week, however, they failed. The map got converted, but there were many missing chunks, chunk errors, and it was a mess. I almost gave up, and then I didn't. And I don't know. Let's just get into the game, because I have so many good memories, and there it is. Now, of course, this preview icon didn't exist. I made this myself. But yeah, I have so many good memories with this map. So let's get into the map and let's walk around, see what things were like back in the day. Now, I did take a few liberties before doing the stream. If I open the inventory, you can see here that this inventory, this is not an old inventory. This is brand new stuff. There's netherite armor, there's rockets, there's a crossbow. So I took a few liberties. When I first loaded this world after conversion, after a successful conversion, I spawned right here where I am standing right now, still with my original inventory from all those years ago. And this is my house. I remember that there. I helped build that, whatever that is. I helped build that. But anyway, I took a few liberties. I still had the original inventory, and to preserve it and properly do some proper exploration in this world, I stored away that original old inventory. So I'm going to show you that. And I spawned myself using creative mode. I spawned myself a modern inventory as it is on my current survival world in single player. So I actually used a tools and weapons generator online to copy what I have, just so I would not have to grab a bunch of enchanting books and enchant everything by hand. But anyway, yeah, these weapons, this inventory is an exact copy of what I have on my two single player survival worlds. And this is just for the sake of proper exploration, because I do not want to do the exploration on creative mode. I want to do it on survival, which, by the way, let's set the world to difficulty normal. Also, I have disabled fire spread and mob griefing. That way, stuff is not going to burn down, because there are many sculptures in this world made out of flammable materials, and those are in direct contact with fire. And actually, on a few of the first conversion attempts, where the terrain was all broken and stuff, I did notice that there was a bunch of stuff catching on fire and getting destroyed, and I want everything in this world to remain as it was on the last time the server was shut down. So yeah, I don't want stuff to be catching on fire. Even though dragon here, but let's not set the world on fire, shall we? So yeah, I took the liberty of doing the inventory, disabling fire spread, and also mob griefing. That way Enderman and creepers are not going to mess around with blocks, because again, I want everything to be as original as it was before. So let's walk around. Also, for testing purposes, I did fly around here a little bit to see if everything had converted properly, and everything seems to be fine. So that's why I do have some of this map already loaded here. But as you can see, I didn't really go too far. And looking at the map here, we can see right here, there's my house, and right over here there's the world spawn. We're gonna go over here because there's a lot of stuff to see in this area. I remember this here. I remember this. I'm gonna show you and talk about that. But yeah, texture pack wise, I actually thought about going with the original default texture, just for the sake of nostalgia. But I decided, what the heck? Let's just keep everything modernized. So like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Let's just go. So yeah, this is my study room in my old house. Although I did say that I want to do the exploration on survival, I might switch to creative mode just to do a few flybys of a few areas, so we can better see those. But for the most part, I do want to do this on single player. On survival. But yeah, this is the study room. This chest has some map stuff. What's in these maps? I don't think I recognize this. Or do I? Yeah, I don't think I do. I don't know what area this is from. I have no idea what's going on with this mapping. Oh boy, where did I get this one from? From here? Yeah, it was from there. I don't know where this is. Or wait, I think I do. I think this here is spawn, and this here is a Asian style building with ice around it. Yeah, it is. The Asian style building that I talked about is this thing here, and there's a Cthulhu over here. I had no idea this was there. There's a Cthulhu. That's awesome. Oh yes, and there's me in my house over there. Okay, these maps are ancient. I did not craft these maps here. Everything that we are going to be seeing here dates back from beta 1.7.3, the last time this map was run on a server. Also, due to conversions, some chests are kind of borked. I didn't fix anything. Alright, let's get out of here. Also, some doors might be borked. Dune's Traveling Kit. I remember this. This was an alternative inventory that I had to explore another world that the server had. The server had, I think, apart from the main world, the overworld, so this area here, it had other 4 worlds besides the Nether, obviously. It had a world called Arianis, which was a floating islands world. It was a sky world. No ground, only void, and there were floating islands. There was dunes, which is this here. It was a desert world, only desert, and it was actually amazing to find diamonds in there because there were so many freaking diamonds in that world. Amazing. However, most of the server rules did not apply on that world, and PvP was on, so it was basically like a Mad Max. So you had to be careful around other players in that area. So to avoid losing any important stuff, what I would do when going to there was I would deposit my inventory in a chest here at home and take this inventory to explore there. Oh man, that was so much fun. Back in the day, you did not have flower pots for decoration. If you wanted to put a little plant in your house, you had to put down a block of dirt and plant the plant on the block of dirt like this. We had to do what we could with what we had. Okay, so this chest here, it is not original. I actually put this here after I converted the world into 1.18. And this is my old original inventory. It's what I had in my inventory here when I spawned, when I first loaded this world after a successful conversion. So this is all what I had. So this is stuff that I had in the hotbar. So this area down here. And actually, let me change this to this other capture here. There we go. Now that's easier to see. And everything here is in the exact same position as it was in my inventory, by the way. So yeah, I always have the arrows in this area here, except that now I switched it to use up there while I have food over here. And you might be noticing here that there's 2 cooked pork chops, one next to another here in the inventory. They were actually each taking 1 slot in the inventory, because you have to remember, back in the day, you could not stack food like this. You could only have 1 item per slot, 1 food item per slot like this. So you had to make do. You had to make do. Now you can carry a lot, but back in the day, because you could not stack, you could only carry a limited amount of food with you at all times. Why did I have a bucket of lava though? I don't remember why I had this bucket of lava. Anyway, so yeah, I wanted to keep this inventory, so I spawned myself a couple double chests, named those chests, and I put the stuff here. So there it is. And I'm going to keep this world as it is. I'm not going to play on this world. I'm just going to look around. I still have a copy of this world. Before I spawned myself this modern inventory, before I put away the old inventory over there, so that's untouched. Just ready to be run on 1.18. And that I'm going to keep as a backup. So this was my bedroom. There's a castle over there. Very simple looking by today's standards, but back in the day, that was amazing. It's a really big place. I actually have never gone in there. I have never gone there. Inventory deposited here the stuff for dangerous dangerous trips. I thought there was a typo there. Okay, so this is the double chest. Originally it was a double chest, but because of conversion, like I said, some chests borked and I didn't fix anything. So this is where I would keep my inventory. When I would go to, for example, dunes, I would deposit all my stuff in here, grab the items from the chest, and then go on the trip. What is in here? Oh, there's maps! That's the spawn area. There's another part of the spawn area, but a little further to the south. Nice. I think these were some sort of spare tools and stuff that I had here. I don't know why so many oak signs. But yeah, I would keep my inventory in here. What do we have here? Closet. Right! Spare armor and and swords. For quite a while after this world, I still made it. I still did this. I would still have a chest with spare. Oh my god! I'm so excited I can't talk. With spare armor and swords, in this organized in this fashion actually. And in here is where I would put the iron armor, which I think might be the same one that I had on me. Yes, because I would swap them. Like for example, if I wanted to wear the diamond armor for some reason, I would take the iron armor, I would put it over here, and I would grab the diamond armor. And the leather and gold armor were here just because I could, for collection purposes. Ah, some decoration blocks. Map 0. I don't know what is this place. Anyway, some decoration blocks, some more chests, some special wood. I say special, but that's because I always used spruce logs and birch logs for decoration. Music discs. Wait. Music discs could be stacked back in the day? I completely forgot you could stack music discs. Wow! You can't stack music discs now. Not that I can recall, let's check. Let's go to creative mode. Let's spawn a couple big steps. Survival? Yeah, you cannot stack music discs. You can't. Interesting. Apparently you could. Oops. Amazing. Okay, so I had a bunch of spare torches. These torches actually, I didn't craft them. I didn't steal them, for the record, but I didn't craft them. Somewhere in the map, there is a place called Arx Aqueous. I think it was called that. Something like that. Arx something. It was basically a large complex of medieval style castles and other constructions of the sort. It was built by the server's administrators, the staff. So that was their area. And using server plugins, they could build some sort of generator machines. And they had a few of those machines that are available for public usage. And one of those allowed you to generate a bunch of torches, as many as you would like, as many as you'd like. So using that, I spawned myself a bunch of torches, and I put them here for storage sake. So I would never run out of torches. Not that I would, but should I need more torches and I didn't have enough materials to craft more, I could always resort to this surplus, I should say. But yeah. And speaking of generator machines, they had this thing here called a Alchemy Machine. This one is a compact version made by myself, however. The standard model, let's say, included actually redstone on the side here and a button on the side as well to trigger the dispenser. Point is, this also used the server plugin, I believe, and what this would allow you to do was to make a few special recipes. Like, for example, Minecraft sponges. They have always been in the game for many years. I don't have one here. I thought I did. Oh no, I do. 6 over here. So the sponges have always been in the game for the longest time, but for the longest time they had no purpose. It was a block that you could not obtain in survival. But the server Shadowhold, through plugins, they gave sponges a purpose. And the way they worked is kind of similar to how sponges work nowadays, which obviously you can obtain them in survival, but back in the day you couldn't. And the way they worked was that if you placed a sponge somewhere in the water, it would remove all water blocks in a 3x3 radius. And sponges still do that now, but the difference is, if there's more water, it will flow in, the sponge will get soaked, and that's not going to be usable anymore until you dry it. But back in the day, the usage that the server gave these sponges was that you could remove water in a 3x3 radius, and so long as the sponge was still there, no water would flow in. So you could literally make many pockets of air underwater, and without the fear of ever having any water flow back in and fill in that air pocket. So long as you didn't remove the sponge, obviously. So one of the purposes for the alchemy machines was to craft the sponges. So the server had a few custom recipes. One of them was for the sponges. I don't remember how you would craft the sponges. I think you would use oh my god, I don't remember. Yeah, I think it involved sand, but I don't remember the recipe. But anyway, you could use the alchemy machine to craft the sponges. Let's say that the recipe was 9x9, I mean 3x3 blocks of sand. It wasn't, but let's say it was. So you'd put the blocks in the correct position, in the grid, in the dispenser, and then you would click the button, and the dispenser would spit out the block or the item for that recipe. So in this case, if it was a sponge, just as an example, let's grab this one here. Let's put it over there. Pretend that there's just sand in here right now, okay? And pretend that was the recipe. So you would put the recipe in there, you'd press the button, and boop, the dispenser would spit out the item or block for that recipe. And there were a few different ones. The sponge was just one of them. I don't remember what the other stuff was, however. And I think you could also fix items using this, but I don't remember. Ah, man, I love this. Oh, this looks so different with shaders now from what it was before. I heard a dolphin. Dolphins didn't exist back in the day. Yeah, this was a little a little balcony so I could look around, look outside rather. A little seat to sit and look around outside. Boy, look at this place. I remember that hole in the water. I tried to patch that. I failed miserably. Actually, no, the one that I tried to patch Was somewhere over there. Can't see it from here. That one was a friend who caused that. Yeah. This is the house. Let's look at some more areas of this house. If I go upstairs, there's a little farm stuff for farming, obviously. Out here was my amazing farm. Some wheat, some sugarcane, and that's it. There was nothing else you could farm in terms of vegetation. There was no carrots, no potatoes, no nothing. A large balcony that goes around the house, so I can look around some more. If I give you a full tour of this house, we're gonna be here all day, or all evening. So I'm just gonna show you a few more areas, and then it's raining, and then we'll go out and explore the world. So I have farm, another part of the balcony. Let's go upstairs. Then I'm gonna quickly show you downstairs. This area here, I built it, but I never really put anything in here. The server had a /home command that you could use to return home, and it also obviously had the /set home, so you could set where would be your home point. I set mine to right here. That way, should I need to hurry back home and I was on fire, for example, instead of dying somewhere far away from here, I would just run the command /home. I would be teleported to water, and I would just sink here and drop down all the way to wherever I needed to go in the house, while obviously putting out the fire. It was great. Up here's an attic. Apples. You could not get apples from breaking leaves on oak trees back in the day. These apples here, I got from a world in the server called Celestra, I think it was. Yes, Celestra. I don't know if it was a plugin in the server or something, but only in that world you could get apples from breaking leaves. And mind you, this was many years before Mojang made this the default. Some extra doors, wool, redstone, moss stone. I used to collect a bunch of these. Lapis lazuli, clay, pistons. There's just 2 pistons there. Flint, arrows. These chests have not been opened in many years, almost 10 years now. Gunpowder, whatever is in here. Dice. I don't know why there's no sign here on this one. Armor. Map materials, I guess. By the way, this block of cobweb is not there for decoration. This was also part of a of a plugin the server had. You could set an area where no hostile mobs would spawn. Like, what was it called? I don't remember what it was called, but you would use a command in the chat to activate the function, and then you would place a cobweb like this here, and the cobweb would quote-unquote generate a sort of force field quote-unquote around it in a, I think, 16 by 16 blocks radius. So it could be pitch black within that area, that absolutely no hostile mobs would spawn in that area. And the reason why I put this one here is because I didn't want any mobs spawning on my roof, which is all made of wool. Obsidian, sandstone over there, more cobble. Little view area. This tree, that tree out there, it has a secret. It has a secret. Remember when I said that some doors are barked? Yeah, these two are barked. So up here on the highest floor of the house, there's this big balcony that goes all around the house. This house, by the way, was originally built entirely out of oak planks. This was the very first house that I had the idea to build using eventually spruce logs and stone. But originally it was built out of just oak planks. Until one day I decided that I wanted to make it look better, and I rebuilt the entire thing. So I replaced every single block in the house with spruce logs for the pillars and some what is the word that I'm looking for? Contorns? No, that's not a word. I don't know, this here. And stone for the walls. And then I could never build without using this style ever again. I still use this style, by the way. Okay, now, this tree, it has a secret. Yep, jump on the roof. Oh yeah, I put torches here to avoid mobs spawning up here. And this was before the cobweb thing. There's a little, not so little, but there's this little glass tower that I built so I could look and gaze upon the land. It was great. Anyway, the secret of the tree. For anyone looking from below, this might be just one of a wonky tree that some weirdo plant overgrew. I don't know what I'm saying. But it actually holds a secret. It has a teleporter that I don't remember where this teleporter used to lead to. Oh yeah, that's another awesome thing that Shadowhold had. It had teleporters that you could build yourself to take you anywhere that you wanted. And if we look from up here, it is a, what is the symbol called? Many people call this hashtag, but that's not the actual name. But anyway, so this is a teleporter. For this to work, it required also a waypoint, which I will show you what it's like in a moment. Well, what it was like, because this doesn't work, obviously. Not without the old plugins, which obviously do not work in single player, let alone in modern Minecraft. But the basic way this worked was you had, let me use creative mode to exemplify. So a waypoint would be built at the destination. So let's say, for example, that I wanted to teleport myself to, I don't know, down here. Whoop, boom. So let's say that I wanted to teleport myself to this place. What I would do is I would build a waypoint like this. Oh my god, I still remember. I still remember. Okay, so I would build this thing, and then I would have to input a signature. And the way that worked was by taking a few blocks, like for example, let's take blocks that existed back in the day. Like for example, I would take a block of stone, and the spot where you would place the blocks was important for the signature. So let's say I placed this block of stone in the north hole over here. So if you look on the minimap over here on the corner of the screen, you can see that my character is now pointing north. So this stone block is on north, and let's say I placed a redstone ore. Well, yes, you could craft redstone using that alchemy thing. Redstone block, or blocks, I mean. And let's say that I placed a redstone ore on west, so on this side here, and a block of sand on the east, so in this direction, and I don't know, a torch on the south. So let me move these things here. So the signature for this here is stone north, redstone ore west, sand east, torch south. Okay, so that's a waypoint. That is the destination. That's where I would want to go. Now, I could be anywhere in the world. Anywhere. Literally anywhere. Even in the Nether. Even different worlds. If I want to always go to that particular waypoint, I would have to use a cobblestone as well, preferably. A shape like this. This would be the teleporter, while that there is the waypoint. And then I would input the exact same signature that is on that waypoint. So it would be stone on north, redstone ore on west, sand on east, and a torch on south. And then I would right click in the middle, the rune. This was called the rune, by the way. This was the teleporter rune, while the one down there is the waypoint rune. So I would right click in the middle. The rune would then consume these blocks, so they would disappear. And then the teleporter would be activated. And then to teleport, all I would have to do was approach it. Let me remove these blocks from my inventory because I want to go back to survival in a second. So I would have to just right click on the middle here, and I would get automatically teleported instantly over to the very middle of this waypoint over here. And that's how teleporters worked in Shadowhold. Oh, I miss this feature so much. This was such a good way, a good means of transportation. It was great. But yeah, so I had this teleporter here built up here on top because it was a secret teleporter. Where did this lead to? I think this teleporter led to a mine shaft that some friends and I built back in the day. It was a secret base, basically. Oh, I would like to find that place. I think it is somewhere in that direction. We'll have to go there and find out. Alright, let's get down from here. Without killing myself from fall damage, preferably. Let's go back to the house, and I will show you something related to the teleporters. So teleporters were a thing that everyone used. So as we explore this world, you will see many teleporters around. Okay, this was the living room. I always kept this front door closed. Ah yes, I forgot about this fountain. A little bit of self-advertising over here. Back in the day, I had Pokeyoshi as my name on DeviantArt. Silly, I know. Oh, I remember this! Fragment of the 9th Meteor. Portal closed by Michael Godoy. That's my player name, by the way, in Minecraft. It still is. If I type something here, yay. That's still my player name. But I remember this. Remember earlier when I pointed this here and I said, hey, I remember this, I'll show you later. So, this block of obsidian is directly related to this here. Also this here. And a few others like these around this world. I'll explain more about that when I get to it. But for the moment, let's just say that this was a big event on the server. Hey, GC official, whoever is on the account, good evening, happy Friday. Thanks so much for joining the stream. How are you doing? Excuse me, I just drank some water. But yeah, back in the day, This here was quite the event. Now you might be thinking, Mike, how can a block of obsidian be a major event? Believe me, it was. Not for the block, not about the block of obsidian itself, but what it was a part of. I will show you later. So if we go over here, there's some random items in here. Oh yeah, and these stairs, they take us back up here. If we go down, there's the kitchen. There's the deposit and warehouse. This is where I kept all my precious stuff, like nether stuff, wood, some buckets, saddles and cocoa beans, tools and weapons. Oh man, so many memories. What is in here? Cobblestone, sand and glass. That's wood. Where's the diamonds? Ah, here they are. Diamonds, iron, more redstone, gold. This was supposed to be a double chest, by the way, but again, the conversion borked some chests and doors. Another alchemy machine, because those were super useful. Oh! Recipes for the alchemy machine! I forgot you actually could craft apples. Wow! You would use leaves, wood, and dirt to craft those. Yes, you could craft half doors as well. Because back in the day, we did not have gates. Gates did not exist. I am obviously talking about these things here. Fences, sorry, I said gates, but I meant fences. These things did not exist. So if you wanted something similar to this, you would have to use the alchemy machine to craft half doors. And they were exactly what they sound like. They were half doors. I actually have one. Let me open this door. There's one right here. This actually was supposed to open this way, by that conversion, it worked. But yeah, I made this here using that alchemy machine. Oh, I forgot I wrote down these recipes. There were more recipes, but these here were the most important ones to me anyway. Ah, there's a recipe for the sponges. It required wheat and sand. I'm imagining that you would place the wheat here and the sand on the bottom in this order here. Oh man, so many memories. Okay, so we have this door here, and there's this other door here that takes us to the kitchen. But out here, there's also this door here. A little to-do list over here. Reminder to get more coal, cobble, diamonds, and obsidian. So yeah, and here's the kitchen. What's in here? Coal for furnaces. Nice little coal storage. Invisible cake is a lie. Portal 2 came out shortly after I started playing this world on that server with a few friends. There's a little cacti farm over there. That was originally a kennel for tamed wolves. Mushrooms, some food items. Remember when I said that back in the day you could not stack these items? Yeah, you couldn't. However, if you used a command in the server to spawn the items, you could, because they would spawn already stacked. And that's how I obtained this here. I obviously didn't spawn these myself, however, I had them spawned for me. Because what happened at one point, I don't remember what caused it or how they fixed it, but there were some problems with, I don't know if it was the saving of the world for the backups of the server, or if it was a Minecraft version issue, a bug in the version where chunks, chests rather, that contain items in a version of Minecraft, if they would lose those items when the map was converted to a newer version of Minecraft. So either way, point is, at some point, many players, including myself, lost many items, all items actually, that were in chests in a few specific chunks of the world. And my kitchen over here was one of those chunks affected. So I lost all my food items. And until they found a fix for the issue, what the admins of the server did was check the logs to find what were the items inside those chests, and they manually spawned those items in the quantities that were in the chests for the affected players. And I was one of those affected players, so I got to have my items reimbursed. And that's why I have some of these things stacked, even though on beta 1.7.3, actually I think this happened before beta 1.7, but point is, back in the beta days, they could not be stacked. So that's why I got these items stacked, because I was reimbursed. Alright, if we go over here, there's a little basement area. There's a lot of stuff in this basement. And remember when I was talking about the teleporters and waypoints runes? I built myself a sort of teleporter chamber, and I had this for so long, so many maps. Don't touch this teleporter. Really, you don't want to. Oh! I remember! I remember what this was about. This was a trap for intruders. Because the thing with the teleporters and waypoints is that once you used one signature on the waypoint, no one else could use that signature on a waypoint. But anyone could use that signature on a teleporter. So this here was my signature for coming back home, I believe. Welcome to Mike's house, close the door when you leave. Yes, this was my return home waypoint. What is this? Snow, 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 red wool. The color of the wool actually did affect how the signature would work. So yeah, so I thought, hey, what if someone uses my signature, the signature of my waypoint, and accidentally end up in my basement? And what if that people has bad intentions? So I built a little trap over here, over there, I mean. So let's say they somehow managed to find their way into here. They walked over here and saw the sign, and thought to themselves, ah, what the heck? He's probably hiding some goodies in there. And then they would go over here and try to use a teleporter. Obviously, it would work, but it was a trap, and I will show you where this teleporter will lead to, if I can remember. Over here I had a few more teleporters. This one would take me to my tree house in the world of Celestra. This would take to a couple of friends. Personal teleporter waypoints. Oh yes, there was another rune which didn't require an actual teleporter, and it was a one use only. I don't remember what it was like, but it required a few redstone torches and some redstone dust. So you just put it, also sand I think. So you would just put it on the ground, use it, and it would get consumed, completely deleted, and I would get teleported to here. Raccoon Forest. Right, at some point a friend wanted to build the Raccoon Mansion from Resident Evil. So we went to somewhere in this world and tried to build that. We never finished that, by the way. Fortune Mines. Hey, so agora, welcome to the stream. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining. Hey, welcome back to See Official. I have no idea who's on the account. I'm assuming it's you, Koto. Thank you so much for the follow, so agora. That is very appreciated. I mean, yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm doing very well, thank you. How about yourself? I hope you're doing well as well. Where was I? Oh yes, and this teleporter would take me to the Fortune Mines. I don't remember what this place was. Oh yes, I thought it was you, Koto. Welcome to the stream, happy Friday. But I don't remember what was this place. Welcome home, turn around and find the exit upstairs. I don't remember what the deal with this waypoint was. This here was not a portal to the Nether. Shadowhold also had this plugin they called, I don't know if this was the official name, but they called it Stargate. And the way those would work is you would build an arch of obsidian like this, put a button on a side like that, and a sign on the side over here, and you give the sign a name on the very top, and I don't remember how those worked exactly, but I know that they would get linked to other portals that had the same name, so they would form a sort of network of portals where only portals that had that specific name on the sign would connect. And you could actually scroll by right click, scroll by which portal you would want to take to take it to somewhere in particular. By right clicking the sign, it would then give a selection of where you wanted to go, and then you would just have to press the button. It would turn the portal on, you would walk through, and then you would turn off. I better know who's talking to GC official. Yes, it's Skolto, also known as also known as Skywalker. But yeah, this here would take me to a place called Meadow Shore, apparently. I have no idea where that is. Well, I know, I just don't remember. But yeah. But then eventually they have to turn it off. Remove it for some reason. Stargates are permanently out of order. On the 27th of August 2011. I don't remember why they had to remove the... Isn't the sky talking? Try again. I don't know, Halunki, perhaps? But yeah, they eventually... Oh, Snowy Peaks! I remember this place! I wanna go there! I wanna go there. We gotta find it. So, welcome to the stream, Halunki. Happy Friday. Thank you for joining. And here was an expansion of my teleporter's chamber. North Dungeon... Cobble Road? I don't remember what that place is. Dungeons. Ghost City. Oh. There's coordinates in here. I don't remember what that place is. Let's write it down so we can go there. 1319. Let's throw a 67 here for good measure. Temporary teleport dungeon. Arx, home Arx Aqueous. Oh yes! I had a plot of land on Arx Aqueous. And I built a house there. Oh, I gotta go there. I haven't seen that place in almost 10 years now. North Mines. Winter Falls, I don't know where that is. I mean, I don't remember. Gravel Mines, I don't remember that either. Right. Over here was just a bunch of nothing. These chests, what were they? Right! So remember when I was telling you about the the bug that deleted items from chests on some specific chunks for many different players, and then the admins had to reimburse the players for the lost items. So yes, hydrate. That is actually a very good idea. I need it. Good call, Relanky. Excuse me. So yeah, they started the reimbursement process before the bug was fixed. So in order for me to not lose those items again, I made this little temporary dispenser over here where I would store the items. And it looks like I have already moved them. Yes, because these chests are empty now. But yeah, until the bug was fixed, I kept all my reimbursed items in these chests. And then I never took it down because, I don't know, I think I never felt like doing it. And just because I could, I built this thing here, block storage room restricted. just because I could. I made a sort of vault where I put down a bunch of my excess at the time. Diamonds and gold. And oops, I locked myself in. And iron. This was awesome. Now you might be wondering, Mike, for the record, this is just a 1 block thickness, by the way. And this is made of glass, sandstone, and cobblestone. The roof is weird. Yes, it is even weirder from the outside. I'll show you. Now you might be wondering, Mike, how could you build a place like this and put diamonds and gold and iron right here in a place made out of cobblestone and nobody would steal it? Yes, someone would steal this if it wasn't for another amazing feature that Shadowhold had. It had protection regions. So if you look on the map here, you actually can't see, but somewhere around here in the sky there is a block, a floating lone block, while all the way underground somewhere around here there is another very specific block over there. And the way the protection zones would work, you would place blocks like this marking 2 opposite areas of your region, so the area you wanted to have protected, and then you would ask for an admin to give you that protection. So an admin would come in here with a tool, they would select the first block and then the second block, run the protection command, and the entire area encompassing those blocks, so all of this, everything that was inside here, imagine a rectangle around my area over here, imagine that. So everything within that area would get protected, and only people within the permissions of this protection area would be able to break any blocks, place any blocks, or anything. So it was 100% guaranteed that no one would be able... What's up with that block there? I don't know. It was guaranteed that absolutely no one but myself and anyone who I would like to have in the permissions, it was guaranteed that no one would be able to break any blocks. So this vault over here, even though it is made out of very breakable blocks, this was virtually unbreakable for anyone but myself, obviously. And there's another alchemy machine over here. I don't know what's with these here. Alright, I think this is if I want to store my inventory in here temporarily for protection. But yeah. Okay, let's not... I'm not going to give you a full tour of the house, otherwise, like I said, we're gonna be here all night. I'm just going to show you the trap that I talked about. So let's get out of here. Okay, so this trap teleporter. That teleporter would take whoever the intruder was, it would take them to somewhere down here somewhere in the mines. Oh god, where? Wait, where was that? There's a little room in here, a trap room. That's a dead end. That we can see it on the mini map here. See that orange thing? That, oops, wrong key. See this little orange thing over here? That's the trap room. How do I get there? You know what? Let's just use spectator mode. Where is that? Ah, there. I was going the right way. Okay. Okay, so this is a little viewing area of the trap room. And if we go through here, this is nothing. Ah, down here. So that trap teleporter would lead to a waypoint underneath the lava over here. Yes, there's the waypoint, right there. So any intruders who would curiously decide to not obey the sign that said, hey, you do not want to use this teleporter, they would end up in here, completely trapped, and they would die. I don't know if I ever caught anyone with that. All the old mushroom farms. These things were so OP back in the day. I don't know why or how they nerfed mushroom farms, but I miss the way mushrooms could be farmed. Anyway, enough of the house. Let's look at the world, because the world is what really matters. Except it is nighttime, so let's sleep. Neither of these beds have been used in nearly 10 years. Let's use them! Let's use them! Yay! Alright. Let's go to the spawn area, because that is the most interesting part of the map, I suppose. Well, one of them. There's so many interesting parts in this place. Oh yeah, there's the block that I mentioned. That one was one of my protection zone markers. Yeah, oh, wait. I set a trap somewhere in here. Okay, these were not the trap. These would just trigger these two pistons here. Where was the trap? Ah, here. Aperture Science doorbell device. Do not press it. Another nice thing that the server had, it was that, at least within protection areas, Creepers and TNT could not break any blocks with their explosions. So, also for curious intruders, within my protection zone over here, I placed a block of TNT down here. So they would see the sign saying, do not press, and they would obviously press it. And then they would get blown up without actually breaking any of the blocks here. Is this still armed? It is! Oh no! Yeah, good thing I didn't press that button. Alright, let's not press the button, because this is no longer protected by the server stuff. By the way, let me put on the armor, because now we are going into the world. Also, about that weird roof. Yeah, it is even weirder from the outside. Since I am flying, there's how the house looks like from the outside. It looks much better with shaders on. And you have no idea how many nostalgic memories I have of this place. This was a little attempt, I think, at some sort of mob trap, with the idea that, I don't know, maybe spiders or zombies would walk in here, get killed by the cactus, and then their loot would fall down there, and they would pile up somewhere where I could collect them later. So there's a thing. Now, notice there's a cross over here. And there's a very good reason for this cross. And it is directly related to this place over here that we are going to be looking at. Before I look at the signs, let me recall the story, or the history rather, of this cross. I don't remember the year exactly. I think it might have been 2010 or 2011. There was a shootout in a school in Rio de Janeiro where many children died, and I don't know, I think I felt touched by the occasion, and as a tribute to that happening, to their memory rather, I decided to build this cross over here. And let's see if that is really it. Yep, there it is. Tribute for the English, great. Tribute for the massacred children in Rio in April 7th of 2011. Okay, it was 2011. May they rest in peace. Alright, so I built this cross in their honor. not long after, I decided to build something more meaningful, I guess, and I joined with a friend, and we built what I called Meadow Park. This is a trees farm, and we are going to go to Meadow Park right now, if I can. Oh hey, lovely rain. Aha! There it is. There's Meadow Park, right there. So yeah, I joined with a friend and we collected a bunch of gold to build a golden cross over here. And we built this little park. Welcome to Meadow Park. Thank you. So we built this park here. The park is my design for the most part. What's with this leaf here? This is wrong. It should all be whatever this is. Anyway. So I built this on April 17th of 2011. Let's take a look at this from above because it looks much nicer from above. Oh, yeah, and we put the glowstone there so the cross can be seen at night. And that's Meadow Park. Yeah, and this was actually became a sort of landmark in the server. So much so that, oops, wrong thing. Survival, yep. It kind of became a sort of landmark of the server because, and here's another fun thing that the server had. It had a railway system that connected several different areas of the map. And this here's part of it. And Meadow Park actually was so much of a sort of landmark in the server that they actually built a station over here. Yeah, CC Rail Station, Meadow Park. Oh, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. All right, let's go to the spawn. Oh yes, there was also a Stargate over here to Meadow Park that everyone could use. Alright, let's go to spawn. I am not the one who placed all of these torches everywhere, by the way. Some other player did. By the way, you see that construction over there? See that building? I don't know who that belonged to. Let's fly over there. Actually, hold on. I gave myself an elytra. Let's do this in survival. Whee! Alright. So this place here. I don't know who owned that place, who built that. But I remember they made a video on YouTube showing how to get to that base of theirs over there. And on the day they were recording, let's land. On the day they were recording, I was actually playing in the server with friends on that day. And I remember my messages talking to a friend and my friend's messages talking to me appeared in the chat. Actually, you know what? Let's find that video. Why not? Let's go here on the other PC. Let me enable the capture for that. Let's go YouTube. Also got to enable the sound for the other PC so you can hear. So we all can hear. Let's see, Shadowhold. That was not what I was expecting. Shadowhold Minecraft. Oh, I made a typo. Break. Shadowhold. Ah, there we go. Right here, this video. How to get to our castle in Shadowhold.
And we want to make our mob trap more efficient. Hello and welcome to the square.
There I am. There I am in the chat.
The Shadowhold spawn. And we
There I am in the chat. What year was this? What year was this? 2011? It was 2011. Wow.
And what's
So this is the spawn which we are gonna go to in a moment.
look for the tree
Wow, look at the
well
frame
on
rate.
one of the gate sides, which is over here.
Oh boy.
Then
All
next
of
you
this.
just follow the
We are going to
path
see
on the
Senator
right.
Tigre. I remember this
Into
guy.
it.
Also remember Deluxe
Follow the path
James,
next.
Dark Skulls. All of this we are going to see.
And you move to the
We're going to see
right.
that those faces over there. We're going to see those as well. See, in protection areas, like explained shortly ago. Bless you. Oh, hold on a second. I think the capture has frozen. I am showing you stuff, but I think the capture has frozen. Okay, let's start over.
Hello and welcome to the squares. We are currently
Yeah, like I
here
said,
in the
here I am in the chat.
spawn, and we are going to show you
Right
how
there.
to get to the castle.
So Senator Tigre, I remember this guy. I wasn't friends with him. I just remember him from seeing him around.
Look for the tree well on
So this is the
one of
spawn.
the gate
This was
sides,
one of the
which is
portals to one of the
over
worlds. But this stuff outside here, we
here.
are going to
Next,
see
you just
that in a
follow
moment
the
when we get
path
there.
on the right. Oh, by the way, it's very simple to get
I'm not
to.
gonna play the whole video because this is 13 minutes long.
Follow this path next.
I'm gonna skip around. Skip through rather. So there's some faces right here on a mountain, right there.
Right.
We're going to see that.
Past mine.
So right here, he just tried to break some tall grass on the ground there, but that was a protection area. So because that was protected, he did not have permission for that area. He could not break those blocks. So the server automatically replaced the blocks instantly, and gave him the message: "You don't have permission for this area." So that's how I could keep all of those diamonds and iron and gold in that little vault of mine. Oh god, floating trees.
Then you go deep. Then second, just keep walking.
There's the CC rail. That's what
And you
the
can already see our
railway road
from here.
gas system was called.
Right there.
There,
So that's one way to
that
get to
castle.
it, or you can also use the CC rail.
That castle there. Keep this image in mind. Let's try to find this angle in the game here, shall we? I'm gonna do it on creative. Although it might look a little different from what's in the video because they might have done more stuff to that. Aha! I found it.
And then jump off.
Hold on, let me match the perspective.
Jump off the house from here. It's right there. So that's one way to get to it, or you can also use.
You have
the
no idea how
CC
nostalgic this is for me.
rail, and then
Alright, let's stop here. Alright, let's pause there. So, the guy filming is more or less here. Yes! Let me switch. Little difference in the angle here. Maybe more to the side. Yes, there we go. There it is. Look at the difference, guys. From beta 1.7 or whatever beta version what this was to 1.18.1. And yes, like I said, they did do more stuff to the castle after the video was recorded because if we look at it on the world here right now, we can see that there's more stuff there that isn't in the video. Wow, look at this. And there's a floating tree on the side over here. That's still there. This tree over here. It's still here. Oh, I am smiling like an idiot right now. Let's pause this and go through the video a little more.
Jump off, which is right here on top.
Mike, where are you? Yeah, I was talking to this guy on this day.
So,
While these two guys were recording,
you notice there's
showing how to get to the place.
let's go sewer.
Oh man, the rules of the server. Actually, no, those rules are for are of the base.
Here's the
Oh
store
man,
at the latte.
awesome stuff.
Yeah, this is mine and Pie Boy's second house. Our first house was reached by some guy with a name Ritz or Lycus or Addis.
Awesome.
Okay, bye.
What is the channel? Epic Fox. I don't know who that is. The last upload was 10 years ago. It's possible that they might have more videos on Shadowhold here. I should check this at some point. Check some more at some point. But anyway, back to the game. So yeah, this was their base. Alright. What is this block of snow doing here? I don't know. Survival mode, please. Let's resume our journey. And let's go to spawn. I'm going to fly back to where I was. There we go, there's Meadow Park. And land. Maybe I should have brought a bed. Also, should use more of the elytra. Ah, there it is. The spawn area. Look at all that stuff. Lots of stuff. There's another Stargate. Whee! And land. Now remember when I talked about faces on a mountain in the when we were checking the video? Oh hey, look, that's the grass the guy recording tried to break. Yeah, and yeah, there's the faces. There's those faces that we saw in the video. Those were the admins of the server. Mount Upmore. Altitude 3,200 feet above sea level. Mount Upmore Scenic Overlook. Can I remember all of them? No, there's no way I'm going to. I do remember some of them. That was Falker Arnium. I think that there was Motier. And I believe they were brothers. Oh, they still are brothers, if I am correct. I think that there was Requiem, and the others I have no idea. I have no idea who the others were. Or at least these are the ones that I can remember. Venturoo X3000. I can actually sit on this now. Oh, so awesome. Raquel's public mine. Caution under construction. I've never been here before. Oh. Oh. This looks cool. I've never been here before. I might want to exploit this on my own time at some point. Piggy! Guys, this pig is very likely at least 10 years old. Draco's Manor. I remember this. And there's the spawn! There's the spawn. This is the door where the guy recording and his friend Sandro Tigre. came through in the video. Oh, skeleton. Yeah, there's one of the reasons why I disabled fire spread, by the way. On my previous attempts of converting this world to modern Minecraft, whatever that is one of the things I caught on fire and got destroyed. So I wanted to preserve it. And here's the spawn area. Please be sure to read the rules board. Thanks. Please be sure to read the rules. Read the rules. Okay, so these here were the portals to the other worlds. So here we have the to Dune. All you had to do, excuse me, to use these portals was, excuse me again, was to jump in, and you would get teleported to a different world. This would take to Arianis, the floating islands world in the sky. Portal to Chelastra. A portal to the Nether. I mean, you could build your own portal to the Nether, but there was a public one here. So that was nice. The old rules board. To view rules at any time, type /rules. Thanks. Welcome to Shadowhold. Shadowhold.proboards.com. The forums. Yes, Shadowhold had a forum. Oh, I miss all of that. Tired of griffers? Ask for protection. This was obviously referring to the protection zones that I mentioned earlier. Rule number 1, no griefing. Rule 2, no stealing. Rule 3, no cheating. PvP is on in the Nether and Dune. Go at your own risk. But yeah, most of the rules did not really apply on those places, on those worlds, so you had to be careful. Protection info can be found on the forums. If it looks abandoned, don't touch it. If it looks abandoned, just leave it alone. No hacks, no flying, no ore finders. Have protection points ready for admin. So this was referring to those reference blocks that I mentioned when I was showing you the ones on my house, on my area there. Don't take over bases. Don't take over bases. It causes ownership problems. If someone got griefed, more stealing doesn't help. These rules sound so silly the way they are worded nowadays, but this was the law back in the day. If we see you cheating in any way, you'll be banned, and there was no appealing. Pro tips: fast travel the easy way with the Ark's gates. Take the well. The Ark gate. Yes, it was referring to that thing there. That there was also a portal that would take to the Ark's complex, which is an area that I hope I can find for us to see. Do not ask for day. Yeah, so many people would type in chat, admin, please make it day. When it was nighttime. I mean, admins did have a command to turn to day, but yeah, don't ask for daytime. To prevent stealing and griefing, build far from spawn. To set home, use /home set, and to return /home. Return to spawn with /spawn. I forgot there was this command. To protect chests and doors, put a sign next to them that... What? Put a sign next to them that... Oh, down here. That has brackets, private brackets on the first line. Yes, this was a way where that would prevent anyone without the proper permissions from opening any doors or chests that you protected using these signs. This was a plugin as well. Log out with your valuables in inventory to stop stealing. Hide/lock your chests. The forums have instructions to set up protection. Ah, man. There's a gas over there. And by the way, we go over here. That there. Why is that on fire? Yeah, it's fine. It's not gonna get destroyed. I disabled fire spread. That's just a bug. But anyway, that there is a statue of the server's owner. His name was MJA underscore register? MJA register. Yes, this was his name. That was MJE, sorry, register, the server owner. Of course, his actual player model didn't have those wings, but it was implied that it did. I don't think I have ever actually visited this area. There's a giant diamond ore over there. What is this? I have seen this many times. I just have never... Whoa! I have never actually been here. Whoa, my eyes. Oh no, the portal is leaking. This wasn't supposed to happen. But this was like a giant portal to somewhere. I'm gonna imagine to the Nether, but I'm not seeing any description signs anywhere. Quite the place, I do have to say though. Quite the place. Let's take off. And now there's a little bug on Optified with the shader pack, where the sky goes like this at sunrise. I don't know why. I remember that sword. Is that a rainbow? I don't remember having a rainbow in the shader pack. That's awesome. That was one an admin. There was another admin. I don't remember who they were. Don't remember their names. Ah man, but yeah, this is the overall spawn area. Let's take a look from above. Use creative mode. This is what this place looks like. Inglorious Optifine shader packed version modern. I don't know. There's a station for the CC rail. Some sculptures. I remember that pyramid over there. So many memories, guys. So many memories. You have no clue. Okay. Now, remember when I said about the obsidian thing, that it was a great event in the server, that sort of stuff? Alright, let me show you one of those. I hear monsters. It's around here somewhere. There. It's over there. And land. Perfect landing. Okay. Alright. So, this here. This mess. Back in the day, when the server was active, and still running this world, at some point, they introduced the Meteors event, where at random, some obsidian meteors, sort of meteors, they would strike somewhere in the map, create this netherrack crater, and they would get cracked. And when they cracked like that, nether mobs would appear, would spawn. So, well, back in the day there were only 2 mobs in the nether, so only ghasts and pigmen, zombie pigmen. So yeah, and the mobs would attack. And the only way to stop the invasion, also lightning would strike the meteor when it was to crack open. So, and the only way to stop this, let's say, invasion, because it was a sort of invasion, the idea being that the netherrack would be spreading through the land, across the land. So the only way, and the sorry, the meteor, the obsidian meteor, it would actually be spawning, supposedly spawning the ghasts and pigmen. The only way to stop this invasion was to get inside here and break the nether portal that was right here. So right here there would be a nether, an obsidian block. So the way to stop the invasion was for someone, a player, to get in here and break some obsidian block, any obsidian block for the portal, just to turn it off. And once the portal was off, the invasion would stop. No more hostile nether mobs would spawn outside, and then it was just a matter of dealing with the ones that were already there. And so yeah, that was a really fun event that the players in the server had. And that's why I have that block of obsidian back in the house that you saw earlier. And I actually think that block came from here. I broke that one, and I think it was from this portal. Yes, standing right here, like this. I do remember seeing this before. Yes, I am the one who destroyed, who closed this portal. I am the one who dealt with this one. This here was the 9th meteor. Oh, so yeah, I kept that obsidian block as a trophy. That's why I have it there. That's why it is special. Now, obviously, none of this was actually real. After this map was decommissioned, so to speak, we learned from some of the admins that what was really happening here was simply a trick of using world edit to make all of this spawn that with a portal inside, and the admins will be flying around invisible, summoning the mobs. But yeah, we didn't know that at the time, and even if we did, this was fun. This was really fun. And there's actually at least one video that I know of on YouTube of one of the battles of showing this event. And yeah, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. I missed those times. Simpler times too. So yeah, this was one. This here was another meteor. I have no idea where the others were. I know there was one that struck on the Arcs complex, which is something. It is a place that I haven't seen in ages. All right, enough talking, enough showing this area. Where should we go first? Should we try and find some of the places that I used to visit or even own, or should we check the Arcs complex? Because the Arcs complex, well, it is complex. It is a big place. You know, I think it should be better if we visit some of the old places that I used to go to, some of our bases. So I remember, if memory serves me right, that Snowy Peaks, which we saw a sign for back in my teleporter chamber. We saw that I remember that Snowy Peaks is somewhere in this direction over here. And I do recall it is along the CC rail line. Now, I can take a minecart and try to use the CC rail, but the thing is, this railway network system, it was built at a time where powered what are they called? Powered rail tracks did not exist. There was only regular normal tracks, so there was no way to boost the minecart to make it go faster. So what the admins of the server did to circumvent that issue was, there's a witch around here somewhere, was use a plugin to make that to perform that function actually. So this entire network of railway, it works on that system, and that system obviously no longer exists. So I'm gonna have too many stops if I try to use a minecart. Also, minecart is just too slow. That is one station. And yeah, I can do this. It's not gonna do anything for the minecart. So we'll just fly instead. And I'll fly along the rail line. Whee! And that way we can actually see more of the map. Look at all of these old things that people built way back in the day. Oh, so many memories. Some dirt pillars. People loved to make dirt pillars. Oh, don't land yet. Okay, I see snow. Snowy peaks must be around here somewhere. It is on the top of a mountain. That one? No. Oh, there! There are snowy peaks. That there. There's a tunnel here. Now let's fly straight to it. And creative, so I can stop here in the air for a moment. This is Snowy Peaks Fort that my friends and I built together. Let's go inside. Snowy Peaks Fort under construction. We never finished this. Wow. I don't know why we built this. If there was a purpose. Oh, a Stargate. Doesn't work. There's a waypoint. Welcome to Snowy Peaks. Do not cut the trees in here. Nice. Was there a way to climb on these walls? Wonder. There probably was, but I don't remember. Because I think we built these walls in a way that we could walk on top. So like that's why there's that there. But I don't remember. And this was the actual house. Safe house, Michael Godoy works and explored here. How silly. Oh, there's stuff in this chest. Let's see what's upstairs. A whole bunch of nothing. Oh, what's up with this here? Okay. Ah! Nice. I remember now, I made this here. This hole here, so I could come here on the top and look around the land. Where is this in relation to my house? Alright, not too far away. The house is there. Snowy Peaks is here. Excuse me. Nice. Not far. This kind of looks familiar. Is this what I think it is? I think it might be. I will have to go over here because this is triggering some memories. But anyway. By the way, this here, back in the beta days, this was as high as you could possibly build. You could not build any higher than this. This here was actually above cloud level. Clouds would be floating down there, would be passing by down there. Now they are all the way up there, although you cannot see them because I am using shader pack and special texture pack, so the default clouds are not visible. But yeah, and this is 128 height. And this is as high as you could build. Amazing. Was there anything else in this place? I don't remember. Like maybe an underground? I'm not seeing any entrance. I don't think there would be one here. Yeah, let's use spectator mode to find if my friends did anything down here. Oh! Wait. I don't remember this. Wow. How secret is this? There's a room here. Walls have ears. Deviator. Ah, okay. This was not made by my friends. This was some. Oh. Oh no! Paintings here broke. This used to have paintings. Wait a second. I have seen this place before. Known facts about meteors. Oh, I remember now. There was no passage from Snowy Peaks to this place, but instead, there was a teleporter, Stargate actually, that we players would use. Oh yeah, I was part of this. I completely forgot about it. Oh wow. MRC is now a memory of the fun, dangerous times of Meteors. We're taking notes to learn more about this threat. So remember when I was explaining you about the Meteors events? So yeah, many players form some sort of like underground society of sorts to research and try to understand and learn how those things work, how much of a threat they are, and how to stop those invasions. Welcome to the Meteors Research Center. So yeah, we built this place to gather together and study, learn from each other, and take notes. Oh, Meteors Research Center. That's what MRC stands for. This facility is no longer active since the 6th of July 2011. Soon will be added notes of the known crash sites. Oh man, I completely forgot about all of this. Let's see what notes past me put here with other people. Meteors appear on sky level and actually fall. They hatch, and if attacked before the time, they'll kill you. Netherrack spreads and nether mobs spawn. The way to stop the invasion is breaking the portal inside. I remember that right. Portals are never protected, even on protected areas. Interesting. Zombie pigmen, ghasts, and giant zombies. I forgot about giant zombies. They were also a thing. Giant zombies will spawn. Crack up a meteor early is worse than the invasion. Recent meteor site pulsates before a new strike. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Portals are one way only. You can't go through them. On defense mode, Netherrack will spread on fire everywhere. Meteors tend to strike when 6 or more players are online. Meteors strike in a location when 2 or more players are in there. On pulsation, Netherrack will turn into grass and then revert. That was definitely done through World Edit. Chests are vulnerable to attacks. The sooner a meteor is disabled, sooner another comes. Lightning with no rain. No rain seemed to strike before a meteor. I need to drink water. Pillars and towers are good ways to fight ghasts. Diamond pickaxe, fishing rod, and bows are good weapons to use. Why the fishing rods? Oh, guys, I'm gonna have to go on the original 1.7 beta 1.7 version to see what pictures were in here, so I can put them back. I have no idea why these broke off, because the ones in my house were just fine. Under construction. I think we were planning on making a second room here for more of these notes, but we never completed this. This facility is no longer active. Yeah, I don't remember why we stopped this. Oh boy, boy, boy. So many good memories. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Alright, let's get out of here. And let me check that place that I said I think seems familiar. And I think it's somewhere in that direction. Yes, right there. Let's fly there. There's a base over there that I have never seen before. Almost there. Bless you. Look at this place. This looks nice. No idea who built that. Anyway, the thing that I want to see. Oh no, wait, this is the place that I wanted to check. Wait, hold on. No, this is not the place that I thought it was. I had a friend who would play. Oh, lots of mobs! Let's go back to spawn. I had a friend who used to play with us. I think his name was Benny Cho. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, or even if I am remembering his name right. It was French. I'm saying this because his name was also French. That's why I mentioned that I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. If it is that name. But anyway, I had this friend, and I have no idea what happened to him. One day he simply never showed up again. We lost all contact with him. And he had a base here, and that thing back there, I thought it was his base. Alright, let's land here real quick. Okay, that's fine. And that's still on fire. Okay. What is the other place that I want to go to? The secret mine shaft. Let's fly back to my house. Because I think I remember how to get there from my house. Normally the way that we would get there was by using teleporters, so we never really actually traveled there. But I did travel there once. Actually, I found it by accident. So I think I remember how to get there from here. So there's my house. Let's fly. Let's fly. Oh wow, this whole bunch of stuff here. I don't remember if these stuff been here last time I traveled through this area. What is that? Anyway. Also, it helps a lot to have a mini-map here now. A mini-map and a big map. Now, I think I have to go this way. What is that over there? Oh, that looks cool. How about we take a quick look here? Let's do a quick pit stop. Who built this? This looks like a waypoint. Or could it be just decoration? I've never been here before. Is this all there is in here? Just stairs? There's a teleporter. I wonder where this teleporter would take you to. Oh no, some doors broke. Oh no. Well, it could be worse. At least it's not the chunks. Okay, so the conversion was not actually 100%. Oh, there's a sphere over there. Nice. A working area. Alright, I have no idea who built this place. Or why. I mean, why not, but whatever. There's a block for protection zone. Nice. Yeah, the music playing is quite fitting for this building. Okay, let's resume the trip. Wait, where am I? Okay, I was heading this direction here. So, that way. I mean, I think I am going in the right direction. Am I? Oh, I hope I am. Because I want to see that place again. I haven't been there in nearly 10 years. Is that it? Is that it? There's a boat there. This looks like it. Ow! Yes! This is it! This is it! This is the base. Welcome to the uncharted lands. Thank you. Ah, yes. I didn't build most of this. My friends started this. I just joined in at some point. Yeah, ow! That wasn't quite intentional. What's down here? This here is not the entrance to the mine shaft. Okay, there's nothing here. Let's get out. To open, close the gate, right click the fence below. So yeah, this was another server plugin. You could make actual gates with fences like this, and if you right clicked, a portion of the gate would disappear as if it had opened, and then if you right clicked again, it would appear again as if it had closed, so you could get through. Now I can't do that, so let's fly. And there we go, we are outside. Now oh yes, we built or started to build a very long cobblestone road that goes straight only. And the entrance to the actual mine shaft was a secret right here. This block. Aha! I remember! You go in, close it, and go down. What's going on here? I have no idea. This went all the way down to bedrock. Another portal. Nether portal. Danger! By the looks of it, I am the one who built this. Oh! That video! Incredible. This portal, by the way, is still active. That video that we watched parts of with a guy showing the way to his base, and then I compared this world in the video back in the day with the world now in modern Minecraft. That conversation that I was having with a friend in the chat that we could see in the video, I remember what I was doing during that conversation. I was working here in the mine shaft. I don't remember exactly if I was working on that room there to build that portal, or if I was working on this tunnel over here, which I completely forgot existed actually. I have zero memory of this. I mean, I remember working on this stuff, but I don't remember if this was going anywhere, or if I was working on this tunnel or the portal thing there. But yeah, I was, during that conversation, while those guys were recording, I was working in this area here. Amazing. Whoops. There's a lot of tunnels here. But yeah, anyway, let's go down there. You know what? I'm gonna jump. Ow. Okay, I meant to use the elytra to soften for a good landing, but that didn't go out very well. Another Stargate thing. A friend was building a store here. Never finished that. Headbus. Okay, so this here is the actual mine shaft. Benny's room. Yes, my friend Benny, the one who I lost contact completely. Nothing here. Oh, that looks dangerous. Cake. This cake is at least 10 years old now. That's 10 years old cake. Some of his stuff. Lag alarm. In case of game going too fast for you. I remember this. Let's turn it on. Yes, I remember. Lag alarm in case the game is going too fast for you. I suppose the joke here was that this was supposed to cause lag and make the game run slower. Oh man, I remember. You have no idea how hard I have been smiling this whole time. Oh, head bust. That, ow, I bit my tongue. Crap. This is the head bust. So Benny, my friend, he also liked dragons, and he had a character of his own. Or was this the character of another one of our friends? I can't remember. But anyway, he built this head bust sculpture. He built this one and I think a couple of the two as well. I shall recommend against mining this wall. Video G3 I think was the name. This was another friend. Why? Is there lava here? Oh yes, there is lava here. So let's not do that. Is there anything in here? Nope, it's empty. Let's go back to survival and keep exploring. I'm not going to look into this whole area because this place is kind of large. Teleport back home. Ah! I remember each one of us had their own room. I built one myself. And I never finished. Alchemy Machine. A tiny farm. What's up with this? An empty area. Oh, I remember. I sealed this off because there were too many slimes spawning here. I was gonna do stuff here, but never got the opportunity. Unfortunately. Don't touch that iron. Touch. There, I touched. Break something, I break you. This was another friend's place. Some sort of mine. I remember mining there, by the way. Phase 22, the Rune game. The game. The game. In a cake. Enjoy the free signs. Oh, this was another friend. Nick. B2G choose room, not G3. Is there a music disc here? There is 13. Maintenance area, danger. If the door is open, I am up here. Please keep it open. Ah. Oh, what's going on over here? I think this connects to those tunnels that we saw a while back. On the way back, on the way in. Let's not go there. Careful with the lava. So this music disc has not been played for about 10 years now. This is the very first time this particular disc is being played. Wonderful. I'm pretty sure these were supposed to be... Oh, diamond! Were supposed to be double chests. What's over here? Did you choose study? Oh, I remember this. This would connect to the would connect to the viewing area of the headbus. Oh, actually, this character was actually V2G2's, not Benny's. Oh, this is really bright. Really bright and really dangerous. Break one glass here and it's almost instant death. Basically. And 13 is still playing. Nice. Oh, I have so many good memories, guys. Oh, by the way, where is that? Yes, here. Mike's underground forest, work in progress. So at some point I wanted to build to make an underground forest, so I started to dig out all of this and I never finished. Oh, I put some lights here in hopes that it would be well lit enough so hostile mobs would not spawn, but I didn't really know how to separate lights with enough distance for that to work effectively. So I'm pretty sure this place, at least up until version 1.17, where the minimum light level for mobs to spawn or not to spawn was like level 7. So I'm pretty sure that up to that version at least, mobs would be able to spawn here. And I actually can verify that now. Yep, there it is. Lots of level 7 and below areas over here. Yep, lots of mobs would be able to spawn here before version 1.17. I mean, before version 1.18, which is when they changed it. So, welcome to the mine shaft. Okay, there's a waypoint. Oh, that's where the oh no, never mind. This is war. What is I going to say? Crap, I forgot. How far does that go? I don't know, let's get out of here. There's a lot more to see. Wait, how do I get out? I forgot. Help! This way? Yes, this way. So, I was talking about the light levels. Yes, I think it was. So now on version 1.18, Mojang changed. So the minimum light level that allows hostile mobs to spawn is level 0. So now that is safe. But back in the day, lots of mobs could spawn there. And there we go. This was the secret entrance. Oh, I just remembered. Excuse me. There's another head bust sculpture. Right there. That was from another friend of ours. Benny Cho built both of those. Never built one for my character though. Sad face. Yeah, for years I've been wanting to build something like that myself. Don't you dare, spider! Boom, take that. Hey. Let's have a look at this cobblestone road. Mobs! It is not a safe road, I tell you that. Ow! I tell you that much. Ow, my head. So we started building this, but we never finished. Actually, I built most of this myself. And it goes on a straight line. Never curves. And it ends right here. Yeah, never finished. And we were not building this with the purpose of actually getting somewhere. We just wanted to build it. So we just did. That's where it ends. So where is this in relation to my house? Okay, yeah, it's there. Not too far. Nice. Oh, I would love to find Benny Cho's place. Also, speaking of finding, at some point someday, while exploring, I think somewhere around this area here, I died. A skeleton killed me. I tried to seek shelter. What's up with that block there? I tried to seek shelter underground, not underground, underwater. Because that's something that you could do at the time. But a skeleton still managed to kill me anyway. And I lost all of my items, all of them. And I could never find those again. I tried looking for them, but I could never find them ever again. I wish I could find those. If I see the area where I died that day, I am almost certain that I'm gonna remember. It was a little lake, but I don't remember where it was. It wasn't this. I really wish I could find those. Actually, I found them once, many years ago, when I loaded the world. Why are these here loaded? Or rather, charted. I have not explored this area on 1.18. Anyway, I found the items once when I loaded the world on MC Edit. And I think it was not long after I got a copy of this world to keep. And I used MC Edit to, I think, copy some structures that I built and save them as a schematic file. And when I was done, I decided to fly around in MC Edit to see if I could find my items, because in MC Edit, the items, dropped items on the floor, they render as entities, because technically they are entities. So the way they are rendered in the program is different, so they become easier to see. So I found them on MC Edit, but I never actually checked where that was. I never went there in game. That's the thing. It was a lake kind of like this one, but I don't think it was this one, because there's nothing here. The reason why I'm saying this, that I found the items using MC Edit and that they were there, is because no one ever got those items. Not even being near them long enough for the chunks to stay loaded and the items to despawn. So those items are still there. They definitely are still there. It's only a matter of me finding them. Now, I'm not going to be spending the rest of the stream looking for them. I'm just gonna do a few more sweeps around here, and then I'm gonna head back to the spawn area and try to find, oh, that's strange, and try to find the Arcs complex, because that place is awesome. I should probably just simply grab the world on MC Edit and look for the items there, and then check the coordinates and travel there, because like this I am never going to find those things. Not easily anyway. On that note, this world map, does it have an option to display items? I know the minimap can do that for mobs, but I don't think so. Okay, what about the minimap itself? Cursor render, minimap settings, entity radar settings, entity name, no, entity dots, style default, display icons, player list, legacy default, I have no idea what that is. Display names, no names, always no. Entity category, but I don't know what this is. Leave without saving changes, yes. I remember seeing something like entity number, smooth dots, entity category settings. Yeah, it should be this. Show entity depth. Yes. Item. Display on. Icons. Render entity icons instead of colored dots. Sure. Playlist. Always. I don't know. Option playlist render only when the list player's key binding tab by default is pressed. Oh, I see. So leave it like this. I guess I have no idea if this will do what I want. Confirm back. Let's do a test. Let's land. Ow! That was a bad landing. And oh, there's something over there. Someone must have lost something. So apparently this does work. Yes, it does work. Okay, well, what drops there? What is the drop? Oh, it's just a mushroom. For how long has this mushroom been here? More dots are appearing. Oh, I think some leaves might be decaying or something like that. Yeah, that's what those must be. Hey, it looks like there's a base of sorts over there. Let's have a look at that base real quick. Okay, the thing is, if I see items within... Is that a jungle? Ow. Oh, an abandoned village. Okay. Villages are not something that you should see in this world because they didn't exist back in the day. So this chunk here, this area, this is brand new 1.18.1 generation. So let's ignore it. Anyway, as I was saying, if I see... whoa. What happened here? That's a lot of mushrooms. If I see these item dots inside a lake, then that's where my items are. Question is, where would that be? It could be anywhere in this area here. It could be anywhere. Let's do another flyby and head back. I am almost out of rockets on this hand. That's fine. Because I'm not actually playing survival in this world, I can... Oh, there's a boat there. I can simply go on creative and easily get more rockets for this purpose. I do want to do the exploration in survival mode, but I'm not actually going to be playing this world in survival. Okay, I'm not seeing anything around this area. I want to fly over here. Yeah, I have already been here. So nothing. Let's grab another another stack of rockets. I'll restore my health. Okay, where are lakes that could potentially be where I lost my items? Probably not this far away. Like this here could be it. That could be it. Maybe this could be it. This could be it. Who knows? Let's check this one that is the closest. Nope. Not this. What is interesting is that the dots, they only load as I approach them. Okay, where am I heading? I will check this lake. Man, I am going to be so happy if I can find those items. Preferably without looking for them using MC Edit. This here is not a lake. Okay, further ahead. No, there are no items in this lake. And this lake is definitely not it. It looks nothing like what I have in memory. I mean, I think I will remember the lake. I will recognize it if I see it. Alright, let's head back to spawn and try and find the Arcs complex. So the spawn should be in this direction. And of course, I'm gonna still be looking at the map over here along the way to see if maybe there's some items underwater. Who knows, maybe I fly by the thing and I don't actually recognize it. But yeah. I hope I am still going in the right direction. Yes, for the most part. Also, something interesting to note, the terrain generation back in the beta days, it was so different. At the same time, it was a lot more, let's say, boring due to its simplicity. It was also at the same time awesome. You get, whoa, what's going on here? What is this? Sky bridge. Oh, there's water here. This must never be updated. Those blocks, never to update them. Oh, interesting. Whoa, what's going on there? What's up with that? I don't know, let's find out. Whoa! There's a rainbow! And the sun! In hearts? What is all this? I don't know, let's find out. I have never been here before. Although, this construction style does seem familiar, kinda. I'm not sure. Oh, here's how the old sponges in the server work. See that there? In the server, some leaves are breaking, unfortunately. In the server, if this sponge were to be broken, for example, this wall of water would flow in. Oh man, there's leaves breaking. Interesting place. Is there a sign somewhere that says the name of the owner of this place? I just checked to see how my letter is doing. Oh, those portals are kind of broken. Oh god, that's so bright. Exploring armors, weapons, other stuff needed then. Wow, none of these chests are protected. Old people. Ah, here's the original design of the Alchemy Machine. You'd have a lever or a button on one side, then redstone running to the dispenser. And it always had to be wool on the bottom here. Okay, this place is way too bright. Let's get out of here. I see teleporters. I like that rainbow. Kinda cool. I think that whoever was working here, they were trying to remove all of this water here. That's why all of these sponges are here. Alright, that is actually very neat. Quite neat, but what's up with those nether portals? Let's see. Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna fall on the wheat. I suppose these are just decoration. Oh well, let's resume our trip. There, don't hit the leaf. Or the tree. What's up with that there? I don't know, let's fly into it. And then out. Alright, let's resume our course to the spawn. Ensign, resume our course. Oh hey, what's this? I found more stuff. Ow! Ooh, arrows. I'm gonna leave them there. What is this thing? What am I looking at? I mean, it looks awesome, but what am I looking at? Who made this? Whoa. Where's the front side of this place? Oh, hey, we can see on the map now. Whoa. This looks incredible. Oh hey, we're almost there. There's the spawn area. Lots of zombies everywhere. Alright, question. Where's the entrance to this place? That there? No. How do we get in? I mean, obviously I can just fly in, but that's not the way to actually do it. Maybe the only way to get in and out, well, in mostly, was by using teleporters. Unless they had a secret entrance underwater. Oh, kinda? But not really? Okay, fine, I give up. I'll just fly in. Goodness gracious me, there's so many mobs everywhere. Let's do this just in case. Alright, alright. Now back to survival. I should heal up. Hello, skeletons. Also should probably... Oh, creeper! Take this, take that. Actually, I should be wearing the elytra. Because that... Hello, okay, bye. Because that elytra, it has... frick. It has mending. Whoa, look at this place. Who made this? What is this place? Quite the architecture. Whoa! That's an awesome effect. With shaders, obviously. But back in the day, there were no shaders. Look at this yard. What is this place? Oh, chests. Are there any names? No. No, no names here. I'm disappointed. Oh, these are supposed to have leaves here. The leaves are decaying. Oh man. That's unfortunate. What else is around here? Was this supposed to be an aquarium? I think so. Wow. This place is incredible. There's more stuff up there. And there. Let's check what's in there. Over here, nothing. What about here? Interesting. Very. Oh, hi. Ow. How dare you? Okay, now I can switch. Okay, there we go. Take this. I just want your XP. Oh wow, there's more stuff up here. Who built this place? I wish I could find some sign with a name so I could see who was the creator of this beauty. Oh, there's no exit here. Just because this place looks incredible. I had no idea this existed. For the record, although I have played on Shadowhold a lot back in the day when this map was active, remember, this was the first map of the server, I have not explored everything. I basically limited myself to just my area here. So yeah, more or less this area here, sorta. What's here? Nothing. Wow, this place is awesome. I like it. Let's kill that creeper and then take off. Hello, creeper, and goodbye. Boom. Take that. Yeah, nice. Alright, let's take this out of here. Let's nom nom nom. And take off. Wait a second. Which way should I go? Alright, let's turn left. But yeah, as I was saying, I have never actually explored the whole world. I have seen many places. I have been to many different places. But most of the few places that I have been to, I did so using teleporters or just by finding it by accident. But not with actually, not by actually exploring the entire world. So yeah, I don't really know that many places. This is some sort of floating city. I have no idea what this is. Although there is a floating city near spawn. Alright, spawn is right there. Let's find that floating city. It should be in this direction. Yeah, right there. We're heading straight to it. Oh, hey, you could take a minecart. Oh, hey, this here was built. This here was built. Oh god! I'm okay. This tower here was built after, or when, that looks dangerous, or when powered rails were added to the game. What is this here? The first Nether invasion memorial. Oh, this is where the first meteor, quote unquote, fell. They built a memorial in memory of all who served the first Nether invasion. And all who served. 28th of June 2011. Actually, I think I helped with this one. Alright, let's not go out there. Gas Slayer and expert statue builder Deluxe James. Hey, we saw that guy in the chat on that video. The Nether Executionist, I'll be back. Gasm Q333. The Pit Filler, Cuckoo898. The guy that stood and laughed, Raging Mushroom. I remembered this name. The Gas Killer, Matt 6352. I think I remember this one too. The one who ended it all, Shepherd Fish. The Lava Quencher, Leftovers 5. I remember this name. Oh yeah, I think lava would also spread. Destroyer of Monsters, I remember this guy. The Late Architect, Too Down to Live, I remember this one. The Sphere Master, Motier. Motier was one of the admins. I'm pretty sure he put this sign here after the fact, because he certainly was the one who actually summoned the meteor itself. I remember this place. I remember this. Some local rules. Nice. So this here was like some sort of private town. Welcome to SNL City. Yep, that's about right. rules board around the bend. Power generator. Oh man, you had to use so much imagination and creativity to have for certain things to actually work in Minecraft. Runecraft area. I don't know. Alright, let's go up there. I mean, I could just fly there, but why fly when I can make everyone, including myself, dizzy from turning around and around and around. Also, these rails are broken or unfinished. I don't know. I am actually getting myself dizzy. Oh, hang on a second. What's happening over there? Interesting. Let me do a couple turns to the left over here. There we go. That should help. You know what? Let's climb like this. That way we might get a little bit disoriented, but not actually dizzy. And also we can have a nice view of the spawn area from here. Very cool. Okay, this is really high up. I'm just gonna fly the rest of the way. And land. I remember this place. Is that fire supposed to be there? Yes, it's supposed to be there. Okay, good. That's better. Oh, hey, I was not the only one who had the idea to make a valuables not hold. Frick, what's the word? Welcome, be at peace. MJA meditation area. Ah, okay. Okay. So this is not a vault. Vault. That's the word that I was looking for. I thought this was a vault of precious stuffs. Precious stuffs. But no, this was MJE's thing. Nice. I had no idea this was here. You know, let's look at this place from above using creative. I remember when this floating city was being built. Ramirez Ronaldo, I remember that guy. I remember. His English was awful. It was very hard to understand what he said. Actually, no. I'm thinking of another player. Yeah, I'm thinking of another player, but I remember this one too. Cedar Tigre and Pie Boy. Important people who helped us along the way. Marcus45 and Honey Chunk. MJE Register. Yep, that was his name. I don't know. Seravin. I remember Seravin. He was also an admin. All of these here, they were admins. MJE was the owner of the server. The others were admins. JBY, I remember this guy. Was a pain in the butt later on. Quality wins, I remember. Nice guy. Rusty Peanuts seems familiar. Fallen Winds, correction. Instead of redoing the sign, he just put another one there. It's fine. Sky City Rules Board. Nice. Stargates. Tenor Tigre and Pie Boy. Excuse me. Oh man, I miss all of this. I miss the community that the server had. I miss the server itself. I miss the admins. This is a nice park. I miss the... I don't know, I just miss playing on the server. Such good times. Hey Riptang, welcome to the stream. Happy Friday or Saturday. I think it's already Saturday for you. Welcome to the Sky City Fire Station on the first floor. Welcome to the Sky City Bakery on the second floor. They put a bakery and a fire station in the same building. Oh, that is awesome. The fire station upstairs. Wait, wasn't the fire station on the first floor? Isn't that what it says here? Yeah, fire station. Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, what? First floor, bakery on the second floor. Let me switch back to survival. But wait, this here's the bakery. To the fire station up the stairs. So wait, this here's the first floor, this is the second floor. Fireman, Center Tigre, Nidus Lifex. What a name. Alright, someone made a boo-boo with those signs because the fire station is on the second floor, not the first floor. Yeah. Oh, I miss all of this. Oh, you finished the roof thing, awesome. Hopefully it's looking better than... Oh, I almost fell. Hopefully it's looking better than what I was doing. Okay, so guys, the idea now is to go to the Arcs complex. I have a rough idea of where that is, but I don't really know. So to actually get there, I am going to need a map. And did I see dragon here? Oh, I see Dracon. Okay. It's a happy place. The server was a happy place. The CC rail station. Nice. Ow! Max's house, Chris's house. Oh, what's that there over there? Whatever this is, seems to be unfinished. Interesting. Oh, you know something that I would love to find? That mention that I mentioned. I have no idea where my friend and I were building that. I probably did not fly by that thing. It was somewhere in a forest, but I have no idea where. I would love to find that as well. And I don't think I have the coordinates to that written down somewhere. Pretty sure I don't. Although this kind of looks familiar. No, it is not. I would have noticed when I flew by over here. Extend the second level on all sides and move the beams around. It's now all even. Oh, awesome! That's something that I really like when I build stuff. Symmetry. And mind you, I don't even have OCD. Yeah, I have no idea where that is. Maybe someday I will find that. Anyway, point is, I have a rough idea of where the Arcs complex is. And I think it is in that direction over there. with that direction. I don't know, it is far away from here. To get there, I can follow the CC rail. But I do know that the CC rail, it has some divisions along the way where it change. No, it doesn't change. Frick, what am I trying to say? It diverges into more lines going into different directions to different places. So here's the CC rail. Porridge line towards Manic East and Station Bravo. Okay, so this way to that place I can get through. This actually goes underwater. What's over here? What's over here? For a full list of destinations, visit forums type/MOTD. Press card obsidian, press button to launch. Beginner's guide. Choose a side direction. Alright. I'm gonna have to check the map. And mind you, I still have the map of the CC rail. So let me switch the capture for the other computer. Simply because I am too lazy to minimize this. I'm too lazy to minimize Minecraft on the main PC. The file is actually on the same PC where I am running the game. I'm going to access it via the network share. Let's see here, Shadowhold. No, it's probably a folder called Old Shadowhold. Yes, 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 yes. Here it is. Okay, so I have two maps here. So this is the map for Arx Aqueous. This is where I built my house on the plot of land that I was given, or rather awarded. And when they made this map, I was actually still building the thing. We can see it right here. The roof was incomplete. So this was Arx Aqueous. And there is a line of the CC rail that takes us there. The problem is which one? Also, I think Arx Aqueous is where one of the meteors fell. And here it is. The CC rail map. Okay, so there's the spawn. There's Meadow Park. So my house is around here somewhere. This doesn't look quite right. Wait a second. Let's go back to the game. Let me check this map here. Wait, my house is on the south. But on the map there, it's on the west. Oh! I remember! Back in the beta days of Minecraft, the poles were not actually where they're supposed to be. So, east, the sun in Minecraft back in that day, the sun would not rise on the east. The sun would rise on the north. No, on the south. Wait, hold on. Let me open this in Paint, because I am confused. Okay, so this is the entirety of the CC rail as it was on the last time this map was booted up on the server. So, if my house on version 1.18 is on south, and my house is over here, it means that I have to have my house over here, so I have to tilt this whole thing to the left by 90 degrees like this. And now north is up here. So wait, if north is actually here, but back in the day it was considered to be here. So the sun was actually rising on the north and setting on the south. Okay, so at one point in Minecraft's history, this is a thing that happened. The sun would rise on the north and set on the south. But nobody knew that until Mojang eventually said, "Hey guys, actually, the sun was rising in the north, so we fixed that. So we basically took the directions north, south, east, west, and we kind of we spun them around by 90 degrees." Basically, that's when everyone learned that the sun was actually rising and setting in the wrong places. So, by the current position of the sun, this is what the map actually looks like. So if you look over here, there's Meadow Park. As we can see on the actual game, Meadow Park is right here. Alright. And if you go further up, oops. If you go further up, there's the spawn. If you go back here to the game, yep, there's the spawn. There I am. If you go back to the map, the Arcs complex is all the way over here. So there, you can see here Arcs Angelus, whatever that is. Where's Arcs Aqueous? Arcs Arboreus? Alright, Arcs Aqueous is right here. Okay, so from spawn, we will have to follow the main line that I am right in front of right now. We're gonna have to go up to this junction over here, Manic East, House on Hill. Take the line that will be heading east, so we take a right, and then we keep following it all the way up to the all the way up north to another junction, Silverbrook, and head east again. Pumpkin Patch. Keep going straight at Pumpkin Patch. Yeah, just go straight. Alright, this seems to be simple and easy enough to follow before I get myself lost, which is likely. Alright, we're gonna leave that open on this screen for consultation, and let's go back to the game here. Right. Let's go underground. Nah, this is just a straight line, so let's just fly instead. Let's just fly in a straight line. Minecraft should have an update where the sun rises in the east, peaks in the south, and sets in the west again. Yeah, that would be nice to have in vanilla, but if you have a shader pack, the shader pack already does that. Alright, let's take off and fly in a straight line in this direction. And if I keep going correctly, very soon we are going to see the CC rail again. Because right now, there it is. The CC rail was running underground on that area back there. So here's that curve that we saw on the map. There's a flying castle over there. That's absolutely normal. I mean, physics, right? But the Strias, what is the Strias? Well, look at this place. Awesome. Okay, so on the map, yes, we take this deviation to the right over here. Big peaks in the north and south. Oh, Australia, I see. Let's fly over. There we go. Now, I think I am still following the CC rail correctly. Although Shadowhold had this railway system, ironically, not many people actually used it. I used this a few times myself, but not to actually go somewhere. Like, for example, oh, I want to go to this place. Let's take the CC rail. I would instead use it to just see places. Not exactly explore, but to just see places. By the way, I think I hear phantoms. Oh yes, I do hear phantoms. Captain, we are under attack! Oh, frick! Let's put the rockets on the other hand. How's your GPU doing? Seems to be fine for now, actually, Riptane. I haven't seen any more artifacts. Where's the phantoms? Are they gone? Leave me alone, phantoms. But yeah. Oh, there's a junction here. Is this on the map? Let me check the map. It's probably this here. Zombie Bay. Let's land and confirm that. Let's land and confirm if it is Zombie Bay. It seems to be, the shape seems to be the same. Let's land real quick. Here we go. Do I use rocket and mine? No. No, Riptane, I know how to land. Not gonna do that. Let's see. Desolate line towards Union Station, direct route. Desolate line towards Union Station via spawn east. There's another junction here. Yeah. Yes, this is Zombie Bay. So yes, I do have to keep going forward. Oh, I know about that as well. I'm using these all really needed like this because, like I said earlier on the stream, I'm not actually going to be playing on this world. I just want to visit the world in survival. But the items I'm getting everything from creative menu. Because I'm not actually going to be playing this world. I have already played this world, sorry, a lot back in the day. I'm just revisiting it because I have finally managed to get this world converted from beta 1.7.3 to Minecraft 1.18.1. I have missed this world for so long. I have wanted to revisit this world for so long. I have so many memories of this world. And for anyone arriving at the stream now, I am revisiting a world, the very first world from a very old Minecraft server that existed from late 2009 to mid 2015. The server was called Shadowhold, and this was their very first world. And I have too many memories with this map, and I got to keep a copy of the map. Okay, so this should be the final junction before. Yes, we have to turn right. Ow! You freak! I gotta deal with these guys here. Hold on, let me land. Come at me, bro! Come on! I dare you. It's annoying that they can catch up with you so easily when you are flying. By the way, beta 1.7.3 was my very first speed. Yeah, as you told me. That was I think that was probably my favorite beta version. But I myself actually started playing on beta 1.2. Beds didn't exist. If you wanted to to spend the night, you would actually have to wait it out. It was tough, quite tough. But yeah, now that I have finally, after literally years attempting to convert this world to a newer version of Minecraft, so I could explore it again and revisit some memories, I have finally managed to do it. Not like I have actually been trying to do this all the time for several years, just occasionally over the years anyway. But yeah, I have finally managed to get it working. Okay, so this chunk of the CC rail is a newer construction, because this part of the CC rail has powered rails, while the older areas of the map, mainly the spawn area, they do not. Alright, so let's land here for a moment. So this is definitely the pumpkin patch station. I mean, seriously. Look at those pumpkins down there. So if I recall correctly from the map, just gotta keep going forward from here. Instead of July 2011 is when finding the bodies. Beta 1.2, 0.7, 0.3 was out in 2011. In my memory, it was 2010, but then again, we have seen many signs stating 2011, so I don't know. Oh god, tree! Ah, frick, I landed. Oh wait, I ran out of rockets, that's why. That explains a lot. You run out of fuel, Captain. Oh, chunks are struggling a little bit to load now. Wonder why. I might need to reboot, not reboot. I might need to restart the game for a moment, because the RAM might start. Bleh. The RAM might be overloaded. Where's the RAM? Oh yes, I am almost maxing out the allocated RAM. Okay, let me restart the game real quick so I can clear the RAM. Don't go anywhere, guys. Don't go anywhere. Power tools! Let's see here. Minecraft. The game is gonna be back on the screen in a moment. I'm gonna drink some water in the meantime. My mouth is kind of dry. Also my throat. Fun fact, by the way. I did not buy my copy of Minecraft. I wasn't exactly gifted it either. The way I got my copy of Minecraft, it is a legit copy, by the way. It is actually my own. But the way I got my copy was back in the day when when I got interest in Minecraft. I decided to try and do a commission in exchange for, well, money to buy Minecraft. And I don't remember who the person was, but there was this person on DeviantArt who was interested in a commission. And so he proposed, hey, I will give you a code for Minecraft, and this is yours. In exchange, you will do a drawing for me. Is that okay? I agreed. It was absolutely okay. It was a fair trade. Chunks? Hello? Chunks? Uh-oh. Help! I might be flying too fast. I mean, this is a very large world, so... Anyway, so yeah, ooh, what is this here? It was a fair trade. I mean, that was exactly what I wanted. I would draw something for someone, piss off creepers, and I would be able to buy the game. And this person offered to just give me the game in exchange for the commission. So I got the game in advance. It wasn't my intention to get the game in advance before the commission was done. But I got the game anyway. And then I asked the person, okay, so what would you like me to draw? And the person said that, I don't remember the exact words, but it was something like, I don't know yet, I will figure it out later, I'll let you know. Okay. Bottom line is, it's been over 10 years now, and I still don't know what the person would like for a commission. And last I checked, which was a few years ago. Last I checked, should wait for some more chunks to load. Last I checked, that person has deleted their account on DeviantArt. So now I don't remember. I don't know anymore who the person was, and I have no idea how to contact them to see if they still want that commission. And I mean, if they reach me, if they find me and I can recognize their name and confirm that that person is actually that person, and they say, hey, but I still have that commission from over 10 years ago, I am absolutely still gonna say yes, because I still own the person a commission. So yeah, that's basically the story of how I got my copy of Minecraft. It has never exactly been paid for. Not my fault. The person simply never contacted me back, and it's not like I never asked them again. I believe I did ask them a couple times after I got the game. After some time had passed, if they had figured out what they wanted for a commission. But yeah, that's the story of how I got the game. So I bought Minecraft right in between both versions. Nice. I got mine when it was still beta 1.2, but beta 1.2 only lasted for a couple more. Whoa! What was that? For a couple more weeks or even days. Ah! Before beta 1.3 came out. The My Memorial Bridge. Oh. Oh! It's an actual bridge! Okay, let's go into creative mode so we can appreciate this construction. I was expecting some beams going down. I remember that! I remember that! Let's resume our flight. I remember that. Okay, I can't go in. Oh, frick. Let's just go around. Okay, what is this station? Mail line, Cicero station. Okay, okay. No, don't decay, leaves. Don't decay. Yeah, my bridge. Two-way line now open through Pumpkin Patch. Okay, I remember this place. That house down there, that is nobody's base. That is just a resting area for travelers. It has beds inside. I remember staying here for at least one night when I was traveling. Excuse me. Frick, I closed the door on my face. Yes, bunker beds. I remember I slept on one of these beds back in the day. Oh, so many memories. The roof is made of iron. Or out of the ceiling. Wait, the actual roof. It didn't look like iron from above. Or am I crazy? I don't know. Anyway, let's take off. Yeah, I remember all of this. Man, how I miss those days. Shadowhold had the best Minecraft community in a server that I have ever encountered. Also, I am going too fast. Oh boy. Yeah, this should be better. But yeah, most of the players in the game, in the server, they were very friendly. The admins, the staff, they were super friendly as well. The owner of the server was the best. I still have a little bit of contact with him, by the way. Okay, I kind of fell. I didn't mean to do that. I don't know where I am now. Approaching Orient Pen Station, end of line. CC rail, butter line. Okay, this is for the way back. Let's have a look at this. This is starting to look a little bit like Ark's stuff. Oh yes, definitely. Definitely. That's Ark's up ahead. Orient Pen Station. Just to confirm, let's check the map. Let's switch. So that said Orient Pen, right? So if I follow this correctly, I should be around here. Alright, Orient Peninsula, Orient South, Arx Fragminis, Arx Aqueous. Yeah, I am in the correct correct line. So if I am right, we should right now be right here at Orient Peninsula, where the line goes up to Arx Angeles and whatever that is over there. That's a lot more stuff over there. Alright, but the thing I really want to see right now is Arx Aqueous. That is the one that I most visited. Alright, so let's go back to the game. So yeah, this here should be Orient Peninsula. Even though, I was gonna say even though it doesn't actually say, but it does say here, Orient Peninsula. I'm dumb sometimes. Okay, I can't get around. Fun. Ah! You didn't account for my elytra, did you? Alright, what's up with this here? Ooh! They thought about people trying to jump over this. Okay, fine. Alright, no problem. Oh wait, how the frick do you get out of there? Oh, you don't. That's the thing. This is just for you to change tracks. Let's keep following the tracks. Woo! Too fast! Ow! Alright, now let's just run. I changed my mind. Let's not run. Let's fry. Let's fry some burgers. No, let's fly real quick. Ah, wait, is that the entrance to Arx Aqueous? I think so. No, wait, that's not actually Arx Aqueous. It's just a whatever something. Creative mode. Where's this exactly? I don't know. But it seems to be unfinished because considering that there apparently is symmetry here. Yes, this is unfinished. That there is missing that there. Also, why is there underwater plants? Those should not be there. Those did not exist when this was built. Maybe the game tried to generate those. Anyway. Anyway. Let's go this way. And stop here for a moment. Now there is a division on the rail lines. I think this one here should take us to Arx Aqueous. Unless it is actually that one there, because I don't remember seeing these lines on the map. Are they on the map? Let's see. They're probably this here. Yeah, it's probably these. And they diverge, but eventually they meet up again at Arx Fragminis. That might be it. Okay, in that case, I'm going to follow this one because I want to see what's up with that giant's foot thing. Is it what is it called? What it was called? I saw the map there. I don't know. Whoa! Whee! Yo! Too fast. Okay, it's best if I actually just walk here. Or rather, run. We're going a little bit underground here, huh? Nice. I'm gonna fly here. Bad idea. Ugh. Oh. This isn't finished. But I can see on the map that there is another side. It isn't finished though. Huh. Interesting. Yes, it isn't finished. Never going to get finished, unfortunately. Oh, I gotta heal up. Alright, I'm good. By the way, this elytra is almost gone. Oh! The line made a curve there. I was not expecting that. Ow. Okay, I think may line towards Arx Arboros. Giant's footsteps. Yeah, I don't think this line was actually a. I don't think you could actually use this line. Whoa! Look at that formation. Look at the waffles with Bailey's filling. That sounds good, and you should not have mentioned that because now I am hungry. But yeah, I don't think this line was actually usable yet, because it is clearly unfinished back there. So now, if the map is correct, which should, both lines should meet up. Yep, here they are. And we should be very close to Arx now. That's a lot of torches. Is that there? Never mind that. What is that? Is that Arcus? Arx? It looks like Arx. Oh, this is probably Arx Arboros that we saw on the signs and on the map. Is it? Would you believe that I haven't actually ever explored Arx Arboros itself? The Arx that I most visited was Aqueous. Let's have a quick look here. Yummy, the entrance is here. Oh, this ridge actually has pillars. Nice. Man, they put so much effort in these builds. It's wonderful. Alright, where is this going to take me? Underground, clearly, but what's down here? Chests? I do remember that one of these Arx buildings, it has it has a completely hollow underground, where underground in all of that space they built a replica. They didn't actually build a replica, but rather they just copy using World Edit. They just copy the entirety of the building and flipped it upside down in there. I'll see if I can find that, but I don't think it's in this one. But anyway, there is this underground area on one of the Ark's buildings that has an inverted copy of itself. And there's actually railroad tracks, I think, that run down there. This is Ark's Aqueous. Wait, this is is this Ark's Aqueous? I can't remember. It is. I recognize that red roof and spruce pillars with stone walls anywhere. This is Ark's Aqueous. Ah! I did not mean to fall off the tracks. I just wanted to see the place. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. This place is huge. There it is, the roof complete. This place. I think that there was an arena. Oh yes, a meteor did fall here. That's where it is. The video that I mentioned that there is on YouTube of one of these events, it was during this one actually. Arc Stack Healing Center. Overexposure causes cancer. So I think this was one of the contraptions the admins built, and this one would heal you. I don't think I ever used that. Ah, here it is. So some select players got to own a plot of land in this area, so long as what they built would actually look good. And people build these things. This one is clearly unfinished. So someone built this, whatever this is. It looks nice though. Someone built this. I don't know what this is. It looks like a skull. There's also that. What is this? People are dying here again. Remove the fence. For now, Motier. Why are people dying around here? Dang, thank you so much for the bits. It is really appreciated. Found some hits. Well, I'm sure, thank you. I even got myself lost. What was I doing? Right. So yeah, people were awarded plots of land here. And I think there were supposed to be glowstone blocks on these here. I don't know if these are unfinished, or if someone managed to break them. I don't know. Point is, oh no, the paintings that I had on my house over there, they are popping off for some reason. Crap. But yeah, people got to build stuff here and to keep, so long as it looked good. Fourth house. Well, considering that sign, apparently, this guy here, Raging Mushrooms, had his house torn down because it didn't look good. Who made this here? It's like, almost like a iron igloo? I don't know. But anyway, there's my house. I improved my building quite a lot since this, for the record. Plot 07. Oh yes, the plots, they were numbered. Oh right, I forgot I had a little outside area. Outdoor. Oh no, this broke. This was supposed to be a half door. But it broke off. Yeah, I forgot I had this outdoors area back here. Nice. Oh, it's so nice to be seeing this again. But I'll have to replace the paintings inside here because, yeah, they popped off for whatever reason. There are supposed to be paintings everywhere here. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna do that now. No, I'm not gonna do that now because to do that, I have to load the world on beta 1.7.3, and the problem with doing that is getting here. I cannot easily get here on beta 1.7.3. So that's a project for a later date, unfortunately. But yeah, these walls, they are supposed to have paintings covering them. And this definitely is not the painting that was here. The kitchen area. Some spare torches, some food, some random stuff that I've never finished sorting out. Do you see that there? There's a thing down there. Did I leave any coal in the furnaces? Nope. So here's a little deposit slash warehouse. Another lost painting. Small alchemy machine version. Gotta be about 20% cooler. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh boy, this was before I designed that even more compact version that you saw in the house. Is there stuff in these? Yes, there is stuff in these. Nice. Oh man. Yeah, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let me take this out of my hand. We're gonna go down there in a bit. He's nuts. Oh yeah, I had 2 rooms in this house, one for myself and one for a friend, and both rooms are the same, except they are mirrored. I built all of this myself. And this was before I started to use ceiling lights. So all I had for lighting were torches, which by the way, is this house even mob-proof? Because mob-proof wasn't really a thing that I actually was good at. Oh yeah, it seems to be fine. This, get in. The outer area. Attic. Completely empty. What's that up there? A tower of sorts. Oh boy, so many good memories. Alright, let's check the basement. So remember that thing that I mentioned over there? So this is a garbage disposal of sorts. It disposes garbage. If you go here, well, we are not supposed to go here, but the water, it flows into the lava, so anything that you throw here to dispose of gets destroyed in the lava. I used to build so many of these things on every house that I built for myself. Excuse me. Alright, let's go down to the basement. Is that a light there? Oh yes, it is. And here's the basement, and there's nothing here but a Stargate, which, after it was disabled for some reason that I can't remember, became completely useless. So how the frick did I get here without the Stargates? Because I don't remember building a teleporter or a waypoint rather in this house. Or did I? Did I? Oops. That's not what I meant to do. If I did, It is gonna be hidden underneath this floor. Aha! Yes, it is. See these gaps here? There's a waypoint down here. So, if I remove these blocks of wool, we're gonna see that. I want to build a gachi dungeon below my own house. That eye space. That's actually a nice idea. Yep, there it is. There's the waypoint. That's how I got here. From anywhere else in the world, especially my house near spawn. Yes, a waypoint. How did I get back from here though? Stop picking that up. I don't remember having a teleporter out of here. Yeah, there's no teleporter here. How could I teleport back to my house from here? Well, I guess I just used the /home command, I suppose, because there's no teleporter back. But yeah, this is my house on Arx Aqueous. Now let's see a little more of the place before we move on to something else. Or maybe not, because I am nearing 4 hours of stream. Let's have a look at that this thing here. That meteor. I wasn't online for this one. But the people who were on, they recorded a video. He who closed JBY. I remember this guy. Can I find the video for this event on YouTube? Let's see. It was on the server. On YouTube. Last time I checked. Let's go back to that search from earlier. This video is probably from before I joined the server, because I have watched this before and I did not recognize most of what was in here. Same thing with this one. Minecraft server, Shadowhold, NPC26 Awesome 21 and Resnob. I remember these guys from the server. Hey, this one is mine. When I discovered that you could get apples from mining in Chalestra. Let's have a look at this one, because I don't have those extra worlds. I only have the main world. So let's have a look to remember, to see what it was like. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to mute the music, because I think the music that I was listening to when I recorded this is copyrighted. So, well, let's enable sound first to take a look. If it is... Yes, this is Portal 2 music. I'm pretty sure that is copyrighted. Or not, there's no indication down here. Apparently I tried to stream this. Okay, live stream is up. Let's see if it will keep working. Let's have a look at this chest. I remember this guy here. Oh yes, there's Falker, the admin, in the chat. I would turn on my live stream if you guys don't believe the apples. Come and see it. Yes, nobody believed. Val is pretty chill with audio copyright. Well, that is a relief actually. That means I should be able then to have sound on this one. Yeah. I think the world Chalestra was still new on the server, and I'm pretty sure Steph knew about this, very likely, but the players did not. Most players, anyway. Apparently, I was one of the first players to find out that you could get apples from breaking leaves in Chalestra. And again, you have to remember, back at this time, you could not get apples from leaves, from either breaking leaves or decaying leaves like you can do now in survival. There was no way. The only way you could get apples was from finding them in dungeons. So when I discovered that you could break leaves in this world to get apples, I was like, you know that GIF with a guy, the mind blowing, you know, but I was amazed, and I told people in the chat, and they didn't believe me. So I recorded this. Actually, I streamed this apparently. Awful quality. 24 minutes long. I'm not gonna play the whole entire video. Obviously. I'm gonna skip through a few parts. I am trying to adjust. Oh my god, the frame rate on that. Yeah, I am trying to prove it. Dang, I'm lagging. Yeah, it definitely was lagging. Definitely was lagging. There's an apple. Got it from breaking the leaves. And I tested. Oh, you could not stack apples. Wow. I tested this on different worlds in my in Shadowhold, and only in Shalastra apples would drop from some leaves. There's another one. It's jumping happily. We are special, I really don't know. Green is good for the environment. I agree with that. Alright, let's skip forward a little bit. Williams, I remember that guy. I'm happy for hosts to be useful against leaves. Yeah, they are very effective now. They were not back in the day. Actually, that tool has been mostly useless for most of Minecraft's existence up until recently. Did I show a little bit of the actual world itself? Oh, I want to see what it was like. I barely remember. I wish I could have kept those words as well. Ah, it was a bunch of islands. I remember now. It was a bunch of very, very interesting looking islands, spread across a very, very deep ocean. Well, very, very deep by the time's standards, because you have to remember, the maximum build height at this time was only 128 blocks. So by the time, it was really deep, but nowadays that it wasn't. It wasn't. Let's keep forward. Saving warp data. Expect lag for a short while. Save complete. I miss all of this. I miss. At which point of this did I return home? To Zero. You sent your chest home. I remember. That's another thing that Shadowhold had that I loved about it. It had a thing called Xerix chest, which was a chest you could enchant, and you could call it. You could keep it at your house, at its origin spot, so to speak, and you could summon it to wherever you were. You would deposit your items in that chest, and then I think it worked with a stick. You would obviously have to activate the function by typing a command in the chat. So then you could use the stick, and then you would send it back. So the stick would be kind of like a magic wand. And you would deposit your items in the chest, and then you could send it back, like for example to your house. And that was a way to have extra storage way before ender chests and shulker boxes. And I used that. I'm pretty sure I recorded myself summoning the thing. the center chest back. Let's go back a little bit more. Wow, it was so dark. There, I grabbed the stick because I wanted to use the Zeri's chest. Oh, it was already there. All right, that's what I would usually do. I would summon it. I would put a private sign on it so no one would be able to break it or open it. And that's why I had signs in my inventory originally. And then I would send it back and collect the sign back. So yeah, that's how it worked. You would click with the stick where you wanted the chest to be, and to send it back, you would just tap it with a stick, and it would go back to where it were when you cast a spell on it. Alright, this is when I go back home to unload my inventory, I suppose. Awesome, isn't it? T, ignore that. There, I use the /home command. Oh, microwave! MSN Messenger! Oh, I also miss that so much. There it is, that's the same chest we checked earlier. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look at that chest real quick. So that is in my house. What are the coordinates in here? MSN. Man, that was awesome, that program. 5110 732303. Okay, let's do this here. TP to here, right? To go back home. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Where is everything? Help. There we go. Teleport to waypoint. Yeah, oh frick, I hate it when I close the door on my face. So that chest that I opened in the video there is this here. So if I go there to the video again, right there, it's this chest here. This chest. Conversion kind of borked it. I still have an old IRC chat room. That is one that I never use. I always only use my MSN Messenger. Alright, so let's see what food items are in that chest. Now let's compare to what's in this one. All out of order. I mean, it makes sense because the conversion, it borked a few doors and double chests. Chests in general, but mainly the double chests. So the stuff that was actually sorted in a double chest back in the day originally was forced out of organization. So we can actually see these are still the same items. There's those bread and one on 3 slots here, 5 stacked 64 wheat and 6 wheat over here. And currently, yes, it's still the same ones. Look at that. And on the other half are the pork chops. There they are, the same pork chops. Oh man, this is so awesome. What did this end up looking like? Dude, the apples that we just saw here on the borked chest, those are the exact same ones I got from Celestra when I was recording this here. Wow. There's a messenger beeping in the background. Where am I going? I'm going to the attic. All of those chests we saw early on the stream. Oh man. This is making me so stupidly happy. You have no idea. Back when food healed you instantly. Yes! There was no animation for eating. And you could not stack food items, so... Am I gonna call? Yes, I called my Xerix check. My Xerix chest. You could not stack food items. So you would have to be mindful of how many food items you would have in your inventory. And how you would manage that in a fight especially. Oh my god, the messenger beep in the background. Oh, that makes me so nostalgic and happy. There I am, still organizing the same apples. The same apples that are in this chest. The exact same apples. I got these ones when I was recording that. Oh my god. That was so much fun. Apparently, however, I did use a few of these apples because eventually. Because there seems to be more apples in the video than in the chest currently. Oh. More organizing stuff there. Yeah, that's a lot of apples. And then I went back to get some more. There's my tree house in Celestra. I wish I still. I wish I had those worlds as well. Invisible cake. That sign. Remember, guys, that sign we saw earlier on the stream. This here is when I made that sign. That's when I made it. This sign. Wow. When did I upload that? I mean, this recording. Because I really doubt that I did it on the same day, but this was August 24th, 2011. Man, that was so long ago now. Wow. I am adding more apples to some chests. Oh, I think I transferred the excess apples from that food chest to the chest in the attic. So that's why the chest right now in the ported version of the map does not have all of those apples. Yes, I transferred. That explains a lot. Apples. Oh boy. Oh yes, to place chests in the air you had to place blocks underneath them. I forgot about that. End of stream. Oh man. I'm so happy that I recorded that. So happy. So the chest that has that excess amount of apples is this one. Hold on a moment. Yeah. There we go. Is this one here. It is supposed to be a double chest, but again, the conversion borked double chests. There they are. All Celestra harvested apples. To put this double chest up here, I had to do this here, and then put the chest there. Oh, amazing! All right, let's go back to Arx Aqueous. Here I am. I'm not going to look through the entire facility, mainly because I have no idea how to navigate this place. I always got lost in this place, always. And I don't think that having a mini-map is actually going to help. Oh, also, remember early on the stream when I mentioned about a items generator that I used one to collect a bunch of surplus torches? This was it. I made those here. Burn the witch! Torch generator, gravel generator, sand generator. I think there were supposed to be buttons here. I do remember they had to disable this thing at some point for some reason. I think maybe the plugin broke or wasn't updated, so they had to disable it. But before they did, I've managed to collect a bunch of torches from this generator here. So the way it would work, well, I actually don't know how it would work. All I know is how I would use it. I think it was by just pressing buttons here. Yeah, I think, yeah. You would press a button here and a bunch of torches would spawn over here. Like this, kinda. Well, except they would be floating. And they would not group like this. But yeah. And it was only a matter of collecting them. And anyone could use this generator. What's in here? Nothing, nothing. This place is big. La cuisine de fatas. I see what they did there. The cake is not a lie. Oh, people were so excited about Portal 2 at this time. This is dark. Portal 2 actually came out when this map was still being used on the server. What the fudge is that thing there? Anyway, yes, I'm not going to be able to show you the entire place because, well, mainly because I don't know how to navigate this place, but also because this place is huge. Also, apparently there's a labyrinth? A hedge maze labyrinth? Have I ever been there? Hold on, I want to see that. How do I get there? Is that it? How do you go there? There's so much stuff to look at. Metagate of the Archangel's Imperium. I remember this stuff. Oh god. Oh boy. Wait a second. Yeah. Arena Docks, Grinder City. Okay, the... Ah! Hedge Maze exit. Wait. Exit. Where's the entrance? Where's the entrance? Oh, there it is. I don't think I have ever done this before. I should build a hedge maze in my house. On my survival world. Am I gonna find the exit? Yes, I did! Nice. I promise you I was not looking at the map. Even if I did, I can see the path there. It's a mess of pixels there. Anyway, Grinder City, the sign said. This way. What is this? The grinder. I don't know how that works. Press button to open. This obviously does not work because this functioned with plugins. Little lounging area. Nice. Okay. So remember when I said that there is a underground upside down version of one of these Arcs buildings? Yeah, let's try and find that. However, I don't think that the Arcs that has an upside down underground version of itself is aqueous. I think it is going to be probably Angelus. To Ark's plots, step inside. This was a portal. How the fudge do I get there? Also, just to confirm, let's look underground here. Yeah, there's no underground upside down version of this place. So yes, it is definitely going to be Ark's Angelus. Alright, let's go somewhere somewhat safe. Where am I? How do I get back to my house? To my Ark's house? Am I lost already? I'm lost. Help! Oh, here we go. I found it. It's this way. Yeah, there's my house. Alright, let's just stand here for a moment. So Ark's Angelus, where is that from here? Oh, there's a whole underwater stuff going on here. Wow. Okay, so that should go to Ark's Arborus. Arborus? Whatever you... I forgot the name. Let's look at the map. Okay, so right now we are here, Ark's Aqueous. So to go to Ark's Angelus, we're gonna have to fly back the rail line and take a right past CC Fort, Taco Town. I remember Taco Town. And just keep going. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is Ark's Angelus that has the upside down version of itself on the underground. So let's do that. Let's put this here. I should fix that elytra. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Creative. Give me experience bottle. There. That and this. Wait a sec, I did not actually need to switch to survival to do this, but whatever. There we go. All fixed up. Okay, let's take off. And go back to the railroad. Where is that? Here. Okay, so we go back the railway, and from this direction we take a right. And then just keep going forward. Yeah, that should be simple enough. And this is not the right that we have to take. It is after this. So this is the usable line. The other one that I took on the way in, that one isn't finished. This one here, however, is not. Where is the right that I have to take? This curve's a lot more than the map makes it look like. This is where they diverge. That isn't finished. It's sad that none of this is ever gonna get finished. Okay, this is the right that I should take. So let's fly in this direction now. I don't think I ever used a rail, a minecart on this line before. The only times I have ever visited any of the Ark's buildings was by using teleporters or the Stargate's portals. So this here should probably be... Let me look on the map real quick. I'm not going to show you the map right now because... Ah, whatever, I'm going to show you the map. So, this here... should be... Wait. It should be this intersection here. So if I turn right, we are going to see CC Fort, whatever that is. Have I ever been there? I don't know if I have ever been there. Let's have a look real quick. I've never been here before. Is this CC Fort? What is this place? It looks too messy to be part of the CC stuff. And mind you, the CC rail, it was built by one of the admins. Oh yes, it is CC Fort. Oh, hello. And goodbye. Thanks for the cards. I put it two in the chest. There's only one. You lied to me. Alright, let's keep going. So the next stop is going to be Taco Town. I don't think I have ever been there before, but I do remember it from name. Uh-oh. Ran out of fuel, Captain. Wow! How dare you? How dare you? What am I missing? Oh my god. Okay, you guys are annoying me. Yeah. And you, don't you think you can get away? You bunch of freaks. I don't want your garbage. Anyway. Take off. Is this Taco Town? Doesn't look like there's anything here. Ow! Ow! That was unintentional. Okay, let's take a look at this this flower. This bridge. Interesting. Okay, enough looking at the bridge. I gotta eat. Oh no, I didn't mean to use all of those rockets. Whoa, look at this bridge now. That's a better looking one. Very nice. Is this Taco Town? Oh my god. I don't think there's any signs around here. Cake. If there is some sort of identification of what this place is going to be here on the station. CC radio station, Umbergate, Butterline. So this is Umbergate. Oh, we already passed Taco Town. Okay, so the next stop should be Archangelis. So let's go. What is this mess over here? Never mind this. What is that over there? I have no idea, but it seems to be unfinished. Oh, there's Archangelis. Okay, so the map is actually not quite accurate in regards to this part. Unless, here, if I let, okay, so we have a line going this way, right? We have one going this way and then up. But no line going from here to here. Or from here to here, whatever. But if we look on the map, this map was official, by the way. There are lines going straight into Archangelus from this spot over here, or more specifically from this line over here, because that's where we are. So I wonder if these lines actually existed at some points and then they got removed and the map was not updated, or if they were planned but never actually got built. I wonder. I'll probably never know. Anyway, so Archangelus. Oh, hey, we can see it from here. Let me reload the resource packs because of this bug. What is interesting, at sunrise the sky bugs like that, the skybox more specifically. But if I reload the resource packs while the bug is happening, it basically gets fixed. Until the next sunrise anyway. Yeah, there, see? Normal. Okay, so that is Archangelus. Let's go there. I have visited this place a few times, but never really explored it. Quite the interesting architecture, I would say. Okay, so I am almost certain that this is the one. There's an angel. I remember that giant tree. It's awesome. Is that a plane? I don't know. What was I gonna say? Oh yes, I am almost certain that this is the Arx that has an underground upside down version of itself. Where is the entrance to this place? Where is the actual entrance? The CC rail line apparently is going all the way around, but doesn't seem to actually be going in. I mean, it must do it at some point. That's a nice bolt. Also, let's see what else is around here. I have no idea what this thing is. I don't want to fly into there. Let's bring up the map. Okay, so the entirety of the map should be charted. I'm gonna assume that this here is the entrance via teleportation. Yep, it is. Creators. Ark's main was Xenothios, built before we became admins. Oh! Welcome to Archangelus in Empire. Requiem modified after. Up the stairs and across the bridge. To the left you will find the portal district with gates to other areas. Try our new metagates, check out the Ark's colonies. I remember these Ark's colonies things. Barely. But I kinda do. Archangelus Court, Citadel, Portal District, Arena District. Alright, what I want to know is how do I go underground? Cheer on gates. Let's not go there. That's not what I'm looking for. I don't know what I'm looking for. I mean, I know where I want to go. I want to go there. Let's take this out of here. If memory serves me right, this here is one of the entrances to the underground area. Wow, look at this place. So if they built this before they became admins, that means that means they had to do all of this in survival. Event horizon. Okay. Can I just go down here? Nope. Oh, this is closed. No. Ah, you didn't account for spectator mode. Alright, let's go down. Can I just jump there? Yes. Oh. Aha! Yes! This is it. Remember that arch we just saw up there? That's the one. Wow. Yes, this is the one. An upside down version of itself. Except that I think not everything's in here. There's a glow squid dead over there. I don't think everything is here. Is it? If it is, it isn't finished. How do I actually get to that railway? Oh, they enhanced the darkness with obsidian. Yes, that's obsidian down there. Alright, there must be a way to reach those rails. Exit to your death. Okay, so they did not put the whole thing in here, just part of it. Archangelus CC rail station. Alright, so this must be it. Wow. This goes down. Quite line. The system they used for the CC rail, due to the limitations of the time, makes it confusing for me to understand. Oh well, I'm pretty sure they are not gonna mind if I do this. I'll put it back. There. Ah, finally, for the first time, there's a missing rail here. Finally, for the first time in over 10 years, I am finally properly visiting this underground area. Wow. Not gonna lie, all of this seemed to be so much bigger back in the day. Ooh, I almost got scared. It seemed so much bigger back in the day. Oh, how dare you? Where are you? I have a bow and I'm not afraid of using it. There you are. You're dead. But yeah, this area, this actually looked very scary. Alright, what's over here? It just goes up. Where is this going to take me to? Ooh. Stuff. Oh boy. This makes me uncomfortable. Canal line, butter line, quite line. Okay, so this is just part of the rail system. Is this even in the map? It is. Okay, so considering that we are right here, if I am reading that map correctly, that should put us around here, more or less. Underground, obviously. Boy, look at the size of this place. Whoa, forget that. What is going on over here? We gotta go to the surface and check this area. So let's do just that. Should I take a risk and fly back to that entrance over there? Ah, what the heck, why not? Ooh, I almost fell. Whee! Ow! Wait a second, question. How do I get back up? How do I get back up? This was not in the plan. Is that a ladder? Yes. Nowhere. How do I get back up? Okay, so that sign over there, it points this here as the exit. But can I just fly up? Whee! Yes, I can. Ah, they didn't account for my elytra. Awesome. Where's the exit? Here. Fly through the arch and towards the giant whatever that we saw on the map. Also, we get to see a little more of this place. Man, all of this is awesome. I cannot, for the life of me, even fathom the patience necessary to build any of this. Now, obviously, they did use a lot of world edits back in the day to build a lot of this stuff. Whoa, look at this place. But even then, there's quite a bunch of stuff that you have to do by hand. And even... Are these plots of land? Lift down. What's down here? Nothing. But even then, ow, you still have to do a lot of stuff by hand, and even just the act of using World Edit to put these things in place, copy paste everywhere. That is also a lot of effort, and I know because I became eventually an admin on Shadowhold, not during this map, however, only after this map. But I did become an admin. That's what gave me a administration background that helped me become a staff, or a game moderator more specifically, on Truckers MP. And I used a lot of World Edit myself in the server. Yo dog, this is my crib. Yo no touches doomsday device. I remember this guy. Also sorry for the accent. I just thought it was fitting. Mine, World Weaver. That's a waypoint. Alright, let's keep flying around here to chart this place on my world map. I am so happy that this world converged to 1.18 as fine as it did. I am okay with paintings popping out and breaking, and also doors, because what most matters is that the constructions, the buildings, is that all of these are still in one piece. Boy, look at that place. Wow. Amazing stuff. Amazing. Let me land here for real quick. Ooh. Water and lava. Really cool. Oh, you can actually see that on the map here. Look at the symmetry. Wow. Amazing. Oh, so is this a plane spaceship? What is this thing? It looks like a ship. I want to check that. Speaking of ships, I just remembered. Somewhere in this world, I have been there once by being teleported, rather. Somewhere in this world, there is a very giant hole in the ground, basically, that has spaceships inside. It's like some sort of I want to say dock, but it's not dock. What is this thing? What is that thing? Whoa! This is a wall. Where am I? My god, there's so much stuff around here. But yeah, anyway. I wanted to say dock, but it's not really docks. Let's say dock. So, it's kind of like some sort of dock. I wish I knew what that is. So I would love to see that. I would love to see that properly, I should say. I am almost out of rockets. Good God, how big is this place? Wow, it is big. That's what she said. I'm a mature adult, I promise. Anyway, I wanted to see this here. Let's go there. And I think that is going to be the last thing that I'm going to check on this stream, because there's too many things in this world to explore. Alright, and there we go. Yeah, this does look like some sort of ship. It's definitely not a plane, and it's ready for combat. We can see some dispensers here with arrows. It is definitely not a submarine. Absolutely no details for the most part. But then again, I have to remember, this was built probably in beta 1.3, 1.4 at the very most. Ah, so this is to fire the weapons. I am not gonna trigger any of this because I see the TNT there. This probably actually drops the TNT below the ship, but I do not want to break anything down there, and it will break. TNT actually does cause damage in this world, even though I did disable mob griefing. So griefing, yes. So creepers cannot break stuff by exploding, but if I trigger TNT, the TNT will break stuff, and I do not want to break anything. Also, oh yeah, okay, so there's the TNT. So yeah, if I were to use the TNT here, it would destroy this. No. This shall be preserved. All of this shall be preserved. Let's have a look at that tree, actually. I don't think I have ever visited this tree before. Where's the entrance? Here. Well, wait a second. I recognize this pattern of ladders. Is this supposed to be... Ah, shoot, what's the name? That giant tree grandpa on The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Ah, frick, I forgot the name. Someone please remind me. But anyway, that guy. Is this really supposed to be that? If I find a mustache, what does this do? I am afraid to check. It is connected to something. I don't know, I'm not gonna flip that lever. Not before I make a backup of this version of the world. And I say this version of the world simply because I have already done some exploring on this one. Oh, there's a waypoint up there. What is up there? Whoa, look at this place. There do be spiders apparently. This is awesome. I almost remember the name of the character that I'm thinking of. The Great Deco Tree. I remembered. The Great Deco Tree. I am afraid to flip these levers. Although this one seems to be connected to that glowstone block. Right. Right, I remember now. They had a plugin that if you gave a redstone or glass block, if you gave one of those blocks a redstone signal, they would change between redstone or glass, and that was how they could make lamps in the server. That was way before redstone lamps. If this was built now, it would be using redstone lamps. Okay, so if I were to flip this lever here, back in the day, in the server, this block of glowstone would be turned into a block of glass, and therefore the light over here would go away. Ah, so that's why I heard spiders. So yes, this is definitely the Deco Tree, the Great Deco Tree. There, you hurt yourself, stupid. Can they get me here? If they climb the stairs, they can. Nice. Apparently there's more stuff up there. What is up there? Some redstone shenanigans that require the plugins they had at the time in the server. Oh man. So many memories. But I will have to explore more of this. Is that a wolf? It is a wolf. It's not tamed though. It's a wild one. I thought it was tamed. But anyway, I have many memories with this place, and I still have so much of this world to re-explore and explore anew now that I actually can. Well, not that I couldn't before, but I could. It was tougher to do it back then. But now, single player, I can just fly around at my will, even now, even especially because now I have Elytra. But yeah, I definitely have to keep exploring this place because it's so good. So flipping good. And I actually don't know how big this world actually is. All of this here, also this area here that is not rendering for whatever reason, all of this is just one small piece, one small chunk of what there is in this world. So many people connected to this to that server back in the day when this map was the server's map. So many people did so many amazing things in here. There's so much to see in so little time. There's snowy peaks. Wait, that's not snowy peaks. What is this place? I have no idea. But snowy peaks should be here, right? Could you load, please? Load faster. Yes, there's snowy peaks. And there's my house. When they first added pink sheep and the ability for you to actually dye sheep, pink sheep was, and I think it still is, a rare spawn. And the very first time me and my friends saw one of those was in the server Shadowhold on this map, and I remember exactly where we saw it. It was here somewhere in this green area here. I don't remember what we did with the sheep. I do remember that we did not kill it. We preserved the sheep. I wonder if that sheep is still around. Probably not. I'm pretty sure I would have noticed when looking outside the window. But yeah, so this was my house. The house here, this entire thing is my property. This was a friend's. This was also a friend's. This was a friend's. This was also a friend's. And don't remember about this or that there though. This was from a friend of a friend. From the friend of my friend who built this thing here, that I helped to build, by the way. Whatever that thing is. This is that castle that we saw in the video. Oh man. I'm so happy that I got to port this to 1.18. And that it works. Oh. But yeah, unfortunately I'm gonna have Cthulhu. I'm gonna have to stop the stream here because it's late and I am hungry. So my friends, thank you all so much for joining the stream today. Remember, I currently have the Wednesday streams out. I currently have the Wednesday streams on hold, at least until February. For two reasons. One, I kinda want to take a little break, and two, I am reevaluating if I really do want to keep streaming on Wednesdays and on Portuguese. For reasons that I do not really want to go into the details now, but it's all personal stuff. But yeah, other than that, I do stream on Wednesdays every week, and as well as Fridays, and I play a different game on Wednesdays and Fridays every week. And I do art live on Sundays. The streams on Wednesday, if those do return in February, they should start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, on Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, and on Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. The streams on Wednesdays, they are always in Portuguese, however the streams on Fridays and Sundays are always in English. So, excuse me. I now have a Discord server available, it's called Dragon Realms. If you would like to join, you will be very welcome. Is that a flag? No, it's just glowstone. So you'll be very welcome. However, the server for the moment is still limited to members of the art group Dragon Realms on DeviantArt, and to subscribers to my Twitch channel here on Twitch. So if you are one of those and would like to join, there's a link below the stream. So just click there and you should have access to the server directly. If you have problems with that link for some reason, you can message me on DeviantArt or even on Twitter. My handles are here on the top of the screen. There's my name on DeviantArt, Mike-Dragon, and there's my Twitter handle @_MikeDragon. So you can message me there, and I will send you a link directly in private. Other than that, I think that's all actually. So yeah, everyone, thank you all so much for joining the stream today. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun. I don't know what's wrong with my hand here because I am clicking and it's not swinging properly. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining. Have an awesome weekend, and until we meet again in the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe, stay healthy, and have a very good night of sleep. Dream of dragons, my friends. Bye everyone. See ya.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait to play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you got to be